Chapter 30:15. Not only did they take away the four brothers, but they even destroyed the imprints I left on them. Although I haven't recovered my strength, the imprints I left behind are not something that ordinary people can discover. I never would have thought that such an expert was hidden within the sacred immortal realm. Fang Jing retracted her aura, making it seem as though she had already left the world and was no longer part of the five elements. The light in her eyes flickered as her expression changed rapidly, flickering. Is it a supreme expert from the Thor clan? But it doesn't seem like it. If it really was the Thor clan, there would be no need for them to be so secretive. After a short moment of silence, Fang Jing sighed in the end and said, "But in this way, those four brothers are probably doomed. Even though no one might be able to see through their backgrounds, the quintessence of the Grand Tao in their bodies can't be concealed. Perhaps the person who took away the four brothers has taken an interest in the origin of ways on them. They're probably covering up their tracks because they don't want the Thor clan to discover them." The Right Elder seemed like a god as he sat in the center of the tunnel that connected the saint's world to the spirit's world. The pressure he gave off was so powerful that it could be described as devastating. Just by sitting there alone, he stopped all the large clans in the saint's world, stopping all the peak experts who wanted to go to the spirit's world from various regions of the saint's world. At this moment, the right-hand elder had the aura of one man holding the pass against 10,000 men. As he stood guard at the pass, all the heroes retreated. More and more spatial battleships stopped near the entrance of the tunnel. They came from the 49 Great Plains and 81 Great Planets of the Saint's world. A large region of space was filled with spatial battleship. There were many experts of various levels hovering in the air as well. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as a sea of people. There were several dozen Grand Primes among them. There were even so many Grand Primes, let alone Chaotic Primes and Infinite Primes. However, without any exception, they were all stopped by the Right Elder. The Right Elder simply said, "The Thor clan is determined to acquire the Grand Tao Quintessence. Before the Thor clan obtains the Grand Tao Quintessence, no one is permitted to enter the sacred immortal realm." With such a simple but domineering statement, many ancestors from the various top forces did not dare to act rashly. The Thor clan's terrifying strength as an ancient clan had finally revealed the tip of the iceberg to the world. Merely a single person was able to intimidate the crowd. Just how terrifying was this force? Of course, even though the Thor clan was powerful, they were still far from being able to control everything in the Saints' world. However, all the powerful forces that could rival the Thor clan seemed to know the real reason why the Thor clan was in such a hurry to find the origin of the Great Tao. Therefore, at this moment, none of them were willing to provoke the Thor family. At this moment, the right-hand elder slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the end of the passageway with his eyes that were filled with the vicissitudes of life. He became more and more worried. It's been so long, yet there are still no clues about the origin of ways? The person who obtained the origin of the Great Tao is a Grand Prime after all. People at that level of cultivation can absorb the origin of the Great Tao extremely quickly. If this continues, it'll be too late once the Grand Prime completely refines the origin of the Great Tao. The Right Elder sighed inside. When he thought up to there, the Right Elder suddenly began to worry. After a moment of hesitation, he immediately formed a seal and sent a message to the Thor clan through a special secret technique. Get Lei Shiguang to emerge from seclusion and enter the sacred immortal realm as soon as possible. At the same time, get the Myriad Bone Guild to persuade the Sacred Lord of Suppressing Yuan not to stop Lei Shiguang. At the same time, the white-robed celestial sword saint suddenly appeared on the highest peak of the Sword God Mountains on the desolate plain. He did not cause any disturbances at all. He waved his sleeve, and the four brothers abruptly appeared there. The four of them looked around in confusion. One of them asked, "Master, where is this place? Why do I feel like the world here is completely different from the burial region?" This is the saint's world, where the old man cultivate. The four of you were in the sacred immortal realm before. The sacred immortal realm and the saint's world are two completely different major worlds, so they're naturally different. The celestial sword saint's ancient voice rang out. He spoke slowly, but it was filled with dignity. With his back towards the four brothers, he seemed to be staring at the clouds in the sky. He seemed unfathomable. The saint's world? We've actually arrived in the saint's world so soon? The four brothers were shocked. Naturally, they understood just how far it was from the sacred immortal realm to the saint's world after all the time they had spent in the sacred immortal realm. However, they had actually arrived in the saint's world from the sacred immortal realm so soon, which made the four brothers feel like it was unreal. Master, just how far is this place from the cloud plain? The four of us want to go to the cloud plain, said one of the four brothers. His eyes were filled with eagerness. The cloud plain? You want to go to the Tianyuan family founded by Jianchen? The celestial sword saint said calmly. He did not show any emotion at all. Master actually knows about Jianchen as well? The four brothers widened their eyes in surprise. Since when had Jianchen become so famous that even someone like their master knew about his existence? The celestial sword saint turned around and shook his head gently at the four brothers. The cloud plain is not a place you should go to. Just stay here and cultivate in peace. As he said that, the celestial sword saint extended a finger, and a streak of white light immediately shot into the foreheads of the four brothers. This is some of the comprehension of the laws of the sword from the 3 lives sword god. Go to the center of the mountain and enter seclusion. Being able to obtain the quintessence of the Grand Tao is your own fortune, and you must not waste it. With that, the celestial sword saint waved his hand, and the four brothers vanished. The entire sword god mountains could no longer sense their presences at all. At the entrance of the tunnel between the saint's world and the sacred immortal's world, a white-robed man rapidly approached the tunnel. The white-robed man was not very old. On the surface, he looked like a mature young man in his 20s. He was extremely handsome. Just his handsome face alone was enough to make countless mortal women go crazy for him. The white-robed man walked through the vast outer space. He did not give off any presence at all, making him seem like a mortal. However, wherever he went, time seemed to come to a standstill. Countless stars froze, and even the various energies that filled the space froze. It was as if the entire world had stopped moving wherever he was, falling into absolute silence. The white-robed young man shot past the many experts around the tunnel and appeared before the right elder silently. He clasped his fist towards the left elder and smiled. Greetings, right elder. Chapter 30:16. Shi Guang, you've come. Right old Su's eyes fell on the young man in white, and a kind smile appeared on his aged face. However, his smile vanished very soon, and he gradually became stern. He said sternly, Shi Guang, I won't say anything unnecessary. You know everything you need to know. The Grand Prime who has obtained the origin of ways is hidden deep within the sacred immortal's world. Our 3 clans have sent out various people, but we've come up with nothing. You control the laws of time, so I hope you can do everything you can to find the origin of ways once you enter the sacred immortal's world. You haven't found that person after all this time? Elder, are you sure that person is still in the sacred immortal's world? Shi Guang frowned in thought. I personally watch over this place. Regardless of strength, every single person who comes out of the sacred immortal's world will be investigated in the deepest way possible. As a result, I'm certain that the person who has obtained the origin of ways is still in the sacred immortal's world, the right elder swore. That's good. Don't worry, elder. Shi Guang will do his best. Lei Shi Guang was stern. Clearly, he understood the severity of the matter. I don't have to worry much with you personally taking action. Go. Return quickly, Lei Shi Guang nodded slightly. After which, He glanced at a floating meteor in the distance. A complicated expression appeared in his eyes. Then, he turned around and stepped into the spatial tunnel without looking back. On the meteorite that Lei Shiguang had been staring at before he left, the sacred lord of Zhen Yuan was sitting cross-legged with his upper body bare and only wearing a pair of shorts. In front of him was an extremely exquisite tea set. He was sitting there alone, leisurely sipping tea. I never thought that the Thor clan would call Lei Shiguang over. Lei Shiguang is a peak expert who has comprehended the laws of time and the laws of lightning. Not only is his battle prowess great, but he can also use the laws of time to shift spacetime and trace back to the origin of things. If some weaker Grand Primes come up against Lei Shiguang will be able to recover them easily even if they erase all their traces and clues. Since the Thor clan has sent Lei Shiguang, it means that they still haven't found the origin of ways. And looking at their anxious attitude towards obtaining the origin source of the Great Tao, that kind of rumor was true. I'm afraid that the Thor clan's Saint Lord has really suffered a very serious injury, and this injury is extremely difficult to heal. Zhen Yuan Holy Lord leisurely sipped his tea while paying attention to the situation on the other side of the passageway. No matter how one looked at it, he had a gloating expression on his face. Thunder Saint Monarch, this saint is suddenly looking forward to it. I want to know if you can pass this stage. However, the current Thor clan only has you, the 9th layer. If you are unable to endure and fall, then the ancient name of the Thor clan will only exist in name. At that time, there will be 7 ancient clans in the saints' world. Suddenly, on a nameless planet protected by the ancestral artifact of the spirit sages, the entire planet began to shake violently. Terrifying cracks rapidly spread across the surface of the planet. Like a huge spider web, they rapidly spread across the entire planet. Very soon, the surface of the colossal planet was covered in countless cracks. From high up in the sky, it seemed like it had suddenly become a piece of ceramic that was about to shatter. It would immediately crumble with a gentle touch. This was because an indescribably tremendous and terrifying power had suddenly appeared on the planet. Even if just a tiny bit of the terrifying power leaked out, it was enough to easily destroy the planet. After the appearance of the power, many inscriptions suddenly appeared in the empty space. The inscriptions were of all shapes and sizes, densely packed together. There were so many of them that they filled the entire sky. Every single inscription possessed the supreme power of the ways. Every single inscription seemed to record the deepest mysteries of the world. As the countless inscriptions flickered and intersected with one another, they seemed to contain the secrets of the evolution of the world. These were the inscriptions of the ways. They were completely condensed from the ways of the world and the laws of time. At this moment, they had appeared in the world in a different manner. With the appearance of the inscriptions of the ways, the sound of chanting rang out in the surroundings. It boomed through the world like a great bell, shaking up the minds of all. However, it was also like a goddess singing in the world. It was as beautiful as the sounds of nature. This was the sound of the ways. The ways were singing. At this moment, the supreme ways hidden in the deepest depths of the world seemed to have been pushed aside by someone, directly manifesting in the clearest manner possible. The laws of the ways have manifested. This is the laws of the ways of the ways. Senior Feng has succeeded. Senior Feng has succeeded. Senior Feng has really done it. He has really succeeded. Shen Jian leapt up in excitement. Due to his excessive excitement, his face had already become bright red. This was because he knew that the spirit sages finally possessed a grand exalt from now on. Although he had never been to the spirit sages before, he understood the spirit sages sufficiently from the wind venerable. He knew that ever since the spirit sages left the spirit sages world, they had never given birth to a grand exalt again. The spirit sages had been looking forward to having a grand exalt for countless generations. Now, the grand exalt that the countless ancestors of the spirit sages had been looking forward to for countless generations had finally been born. Moreover, the Wind Venerable's care and concern for him had already caused Shin Jian to feel a sense of anticipation and belonging to the clan that he had never come into contact with before. As a result, the Wind Venerable's successful advancement and the glory that the spirit sages were about to usher in made Shin Jian extremely excited. The ways of the world have never manifested so clearly before. This is the best opportunity to comprehend them. Don't miss it. Jianshan, who sat there recovering his chaotic essence blood, opened his eyes as well. He immediately reminded Shin Jian and Siyu. Afterwards, he quickly dismissed his thoughts and submerged himself in the comprehension of the ways of the world. This kind of comprehension opportunity was extremely rare, and its benefits far surpassed the fortune divine jade. However, the comprehension clearly would not last for too long. Once the Wind Venerable was done, the ways of the world that had manifested would vanish again. As a result, he could not waste a single second. With that, Siyu and Shin Jian rapidly stabilized their minds and submerged themselves in the comprehension. Jianshan had already devoted all his attention to comprehending the laws of the world. He had completely entered a selfless state. The laws that he comprehended were still the laws of the sword. Under such comprehension, his attainments in the laws of the sword, his understanding of the laws of the sword, and his control over the ways of the world rapidly increased at an unbelievable rate. It was so fast that it was only second to the Tao-raising fruit he had eaten in the Dark Star realm. Of course, this was all due to Jianshan's comprehension. Jianshan's comprehension was so great that it could be described as rare. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to reach such a level at such a young age. Although his success was accompanied by various fortuitous encounters, once a cultivator reached godhood, they would have to embark on the bumpy path of comprehending the laws of the world and controlling the ways of the world. There were no shortcuts to comprehending the ways of the world. If one's comprehension was insufficient, even if a Tao-raising fruit was placed before them, they would not be able to improve at all. Chapter 30:17. Jianshan, who was completely immersed in his comprehension of the great Tao, did not feel the passage of time at all. He had fallen into a state of selflessness. In this state, he only felt his comprehension of the laws of the sword steadily increase. After an unknown period of time, Jianshan's comprehension of the laws of the sword had risen to the limits of the mid-level of the sword immortal realm. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to see the door that led to the major accomplishment of the sword immortal realm. At this moment, he had already touched upon the threshold of mastery of the sword immortal realm. However, just as he was about to cross this threshold and truly step into this brand new world that belonged to the mastery of the sword immortal realm, he suddenly felt as if a thick fog had appeared between heaven and earth. This layer of fog covered the entire world. Even the door to the great accomplishment of sword celestial realm that had become incomparably clear before his eyes became blurry at this moment. The distance that was so close to him also became extremely distant. The evolution of the great Tao caused by Wind Venerable One's fusion with the world membrane had already ended. All the great Tao rules that had clearly appeared in the world had once again hidden themselves. Jianshan slowly opened his eyes. He could only sigh helplessly when he saw that the world had regained its clarity. He was just one step away from breaking through to greater mastery of the sword immortal realm and officially stepping into the Chaos Prime realm. Not only would reaching the major achievement of sword immortal allow his chaotic body to break through to the 16th layer, but he would also be able to condense another strand of his trump card, the profound sword chi. Siyu and Shin Jian woke up at the same time. Energy surged from their bodies, and a powerful aura burst out uncontrollably. The two of them had both increased a minor level of cultivation. Siyu had gone from the 2nd heavenly layer to the 3rd heavenly layer, while Shin Jian had gone from the 4th heavenly layer to the 5th heavenly layer. Jianshan was not surprised by their breakthroughs, as his current comprehension of the laws of the sword was equivalent to a ninth heavenly layer infinite prime. Putting aside the fact that the higher one's realm was, the more difficult it would be to break through. The most important thing was that the breakthrough he was about to face now was a leap of a large realm. There was a threshold between infinite primes and chaotic primes, and he happened to be on this threshold right now. Shen Jian and Siyu quickly stabilized their realms, and their eyes were filled with joy. However, the three of them did not converse. Very soon, their gazes gathered on Feng Zunjie, who was in front of them. At this moment, what appeared in front of them was no longer the world membrane that was covered by a thick fog. Instead, it was an old man that the three of them were very familiar with. The old man was Feng Zunjie. However, at that moment, Feng Zunjie's expression was very dignified. He sat cross-legged in the void with his eyes closed, giving others a feeling of awe-inspiring without being angry. His messy long hair was tied into a high protruding crown on his head. Looking at the wind sage before them, Jianshan and the other two were unable to associate him with the beggar-like old man from before. She was still the same person. However, his temperament had undergone an earth-shaking change. "Brother, has Senior Feng become a Grand Exalt already?" Siyu asked Jianshan secretly. He studied Feng Zunjie curiously as if he was rather unsure. This was because the current Feng Zunjie did not possess the devastating pressure from before at all, apart from his temperament being completely different from before. Clearly, he was very different from how the legends described Grand Exalt. "We'll know once Feng Zunjie wakes up," Jianshan replied. He also studied Feng Zunjie as a strange light gradually appeared in his eyes. This was because he discovered that Feng Zunjie's body did not seem to be made of flesh and blood. Afterwards, the three of them waited for a very long time before Feng Zunjie finally woke up. When Feng Zunjie opened his eyes, the power of the world membrane that enveloped the planet vanished silently. The power of the membrane that protected Jianshan and the others vanished as well. "Senior Feng, have you really become a Grand Exalt now?" Shen Jian could not wait to open his mouth. Even though he already had an answer in his heart, he still had no confidence in his heart without Feng Zunjie personally confirming it. Feng Zunjie nodded with a smile. Jianshan, Siyu, and Shen Jian were overjoyed when they saw that. They were overjoyed. However, although Old Man has completely fused with the world membrane, he still hasn't completely grasped its power. As a result, the current Old Man can only be regarded as an empty shell. He doesn't possess the corresponding power. Old Man still needs to enter seclusion for a few more days. During this time, it's not suitable for Old Man to take action, said Feng Zunjie. "Senior Feng, do you have any essence blood of a Grand Exalt?" Jianshan asked rather eagerly. He was rather desperate to find the 10 droplets of essence blood of a Grand Exalt so that he could obtain the primeval divine hall. "Jianshan, I no longer have a body of flesh and blood. The shell you see is actually created from the world membrane. It has no flesh, organs, or meridians, so it can be treated as an artifact." "Naturally, I don't have any essence blood either," Feng Zunjie said calmly. Jianshan was immediately disappointed when he heard that. Perhaps Feng Zunjie could tell that Jianshan desired the essence blood of a Grand Exalt, so he added, "If you really need the essence blood of a Grand Exalt, you don't have to worry. Once Old Man completely grasps the power of the world membrane, you can go find Blood Sobbing and exchange for some from him. Senior Feng, let's talk about the essence blood of a Grand Exalt after you completely grasp the power of the world membrane." The light in Jianshan's eyes flickered. He wanted to find the 10 droplets of essence blood, mainly because he wanted to get rid of the curse that the Tao Unity Saint had left behind in the primeval divine hall. However, in reality, he did not need the 10 droplets of essence blood to get rid of the curse. If he could get a Grand Exalt to personally take action, He could also get rid of the curse and free the primeval divine hall from its restraint. However, what he was uncertain about was whether the artifact spirit of the primeval divine hall had insisted on him taking out the 10 droplets of essence blood because he did not have the ability to get a Grand Exalt to take action, or was it a test? Or was it because the artifact spirit of the primeval divine hall was worried that a Grand Exalt would go back on his word and take it for himself, leaving Jianchen with nothing in the end? Yeah, that works too. Little friend Jianchen, you should stay here and recuperate for some time. When Old Man fully controls the power of the world membrane, he will do his best to help you recover the chaos blood essence in your body. Wind Master nodded and said. Jianchen hesitated for a moment before asking, Senior Feng, how long will it take for you to fully grasp the world membrane's power? The shortest is a few decades, the longest is tens of thousands of years. Senior Feng muttered. He had lived for far too long. This little bit of time was truly not worth mentioning in his eyes. However, Jianchen did not want to wait here for so long. He had been forced to stay here in order to create a disguise and make the Myriad Bone Guild think that he was already dead, thus protecting the news of Shunjian's existence. Because at that time, Venerable Feng often fell into a state of madness, and the time he was awake was very short. Once the Myriad Bone Guild came looking for him, they might not be able to threaten Venerable Feng, but Shunjian would be in big trouble. Now that Venerable Feng had become a Grand Exalt, even though he had yet to grasp the power of a Grand Exalt, at the very least, he no longer fell into a state of madness like before. In his current state, it was no longer a problem for him to protect Shunjian. Chapter 30:18. Now, Senior Feng was stunned when he heard that, but he soon frowned as he became troubled. He could tell with a single glance that Jianchen was in a horrible state right now. Even with the support of the chaotic body, his battle prowess had fallen drastically. Not only did Jianchen's condition worry the Wind Venerable, but he also felt a sense of guilt. This was because Jianchen had ended up like this because of him. Originally, the Wind Venerable planned on using everything he had to help Jianchen recover once he fully grasped the power of the world membrane and became the sovereign of the world. He would properly compensate him. However, Jianchen insisted on leaving right now, which left the Wind Venerable at a loss as to what to do. Naturally, he did not wish for Jianchen to leave right now. Due to the Myriad Bone Guild, it was extremely likely that Jianchen would end up in danger once he left. However, if he forcefully stopped Jianchen from leaving, seeing how determined Jianchen was, it was obvious that the Wind Venerable would oppose him. In the end, the Wind Venerable did not stop Jianchen under his insistence. He allowed Jianchen to leave the nameless planet. Siyu did not leave with Jianchen. He remained by the Wind Venerable's side and planned on cultivating with him for a while. Of course, this was also the Wind Venerable's intention. Senior Feng, if my brother leaves just like that and the Myriad Bone Guild continues to target him, won't my brother be in danger? Siyu was filled with worry as he watched Jianchen be sent away by the Wind Venerable's power. The Myriad Bone Guild won't dare to openly target him. The reason why they set up Jianchen is because they want to deal with Old Man. However, Wangu Lu's meticulous plan has completely failed. Old Man can't think of any reason for the Myriad Bone Guild to continue setting up Jianchen. But you don't have to worry. Little friend Jianchen has given Old Man a new lease of life. Without his chaos blood essence, the Old Man's chances of fusing with the world membrane would be less than 10%. How could the Old Man forget such a huge favor? Therefore, the Old Man has already left a mark on young friend Jianchen. Once his life is in danger, the Old Man will immediately know. As long as my young friend Jianchen is still in the Saint's world, the Old Man can change it with a single thought no matter how large the Saint's world is. Suddenly, a powerful force swept over from an unknown region of the Saint's world. It caused space to tremble and countless stars to shake. The powerful force came and went quickly. When the storm of energy dispersed, Jianchen had already appeared there silently. The nameless planet where the Wind Venerable resided was extremely remote. With Jianshan's speed, even with the laws of space, it would take him a very long time to reach the nearest interplanar teleportation formation. As a result, before Jianshan left, the Wind Venerable directly sent Jianshan off so that Jianshan could travel less. I need to recover my Chaos Essence blood as soon as possible. It's best if I can get some more divine blood condensing pills. If I want those pills, I need to go to the 49 Great Plains and the 81 Great Planets. Jianshan hovered in the sea of stars with a pale face. He quickly made plans for his next step. He immediately used the laws of space to travel through the endless cosmos. However, before long, Jianshan discovered an extremely large spatial battleship. It moved through space at an extremely fast speed. The spatial battleship was clearly of a high quality. Just the speed it displayed right now was something that even regular chaotic primes would not be able to catch up to. As for Jianshan, he immediately changed directions and chased after the huge spatial battleship. He used the laws of space at full strength, so he was so fast that even some chaotic primes would not be able to catch up to him. Very soon, Jianshan caught up to the spatial battleship. He appeared above the spatial battleship and landed firmly on the energy barrier condensed from the spatial battleship. This is a commercial spatial battleship from the Myriad Suns Empire on planet Scarlet Cloud. May I ask why you've chased after us without any hesitation? Almost as soon as Jianshan arrived, a black-robed old man flew out of the spatial battleship. He conversed with Jianshan through the energy barrier of the spatial battleship. He was filled with caution and vigilance. Jianshan could tell with a single glance that the old man was a 9th heavenly layer infinite prime, so he was probably one of the protectors of the spatial battleship. He had taken a spatial battleship in the past, so he naturally knew that every single spatial battleship would be protected by many primordial realm experts to ensure its safety. I am Chongyang. Greetings, sir. Jianshan had already put on a mask and concealed his presence. He had become a completely different person. He clasped his fist at the black-robed old man with a smile and said, I want to take this spatial battleship. Please allow me. Why, you want to take this spatial battleship of ours? The black-robed old man did not open the protective formation of the spatial battleship. Instead, he stood within the formation and stared at Jianshan doubtfully. That's right. May I ask where you want to go? The black-robed old man asked. As long as it's anywhere on the 49 Great Plains and the 81 Great Planets, it's fine. After a moment of thought, the black-robed old man opened the formation in the end and allowed Jianshan to enter the spatial battleship. With the strength that Jianshan had displayed, he was even exempted from paying a ticket. Moreover, the black-robed old man had arranged for him to sit on the upper level of the spatial battleship, choosing the best cabin for Jianshan to cultivate in. 9 infinite primes and a first heavenly layer chaotic prime. This spatial battleship sure is powerful. However, the size of this ship is quite large. There are millions of cultivators on it. Jianshan sat in the luxurious cabin. With a sweep of his soul, he understood the situation of the spatial battleship. The countless formations that crisscrossed the interior were unable to stop the senses of his soul. After all, this was only a commercial spatial battleship. The strength of the formations was limited, so they were unable to stop experts at Jianshan's level from prying into them. After making arrangements for Jianshan, the black-robed old man arrived in another luxurious cabin protected by layers of formations. He clasped his fist at the old woman who sat there and said, Great Elder, everything has been arranged according to your instructions. All right. The old woman sat with her eyes closed as she gave off the powerful presence of a first heavenly layer chaotic prime. She said with a hoarse voice, This person is indeed rather strange for boarding halfway. You need to pay more attention to him. If it's really like what he said, where he just wants to travel on our spatial battleship temporarily, we don't mind sending him on his way. Yes, the black-robed old man replied politely. Moreover, although this person only caught up to us through the laws of space, so he should be at the 8th heavenly layer in terms of laws, I have a feeling that this person's strength is far greater than that. At the very least, he doesn't fear a 9th heavenly layer infinite prime like you at all. Chapter 30:19. Jianchen enjoyed extremely great treatment on the spatial battleship. Not only did he receive free spiritual fruits and tea, but the spatial battleship had even specially arranged for a female attendant to stand guard outside Jianchen's cabin so that she could follow Jianchen's orders at any time. However, all the primordial realm protectors on the spatial battleship learnt of his existence. Although they did not visit Jianchen one by one, they secretly paid attention to Jianchen's every move. After all, it was impossible for an expert who could catch up to a spatial battleship to not raise their attention. This was because experts with such strength rarely used public spaceships to travel in the Saints' world. They either possessed their own spatial battleship or directly used teleportation formations that could cross planes. It was rare for someone to board a spatial battleship like Jianchen. They all worried that such an expert would be up to no good if he suddenly boarded the spatial battleship. Fortunately, the spatial battleship possessed a great elder who had already become a chaotic prime. As a result, the protectors who were only infinite primes felt like they could pin down Poseidon. Jianchen naturally sensed that he was being watched, but he did not care. He remained in his cabin the entire time, silently refining chaotic essence blood. Now that my essence blood has dried up, not only has it affected my strength, but even the speed at which I refine essence blood has been greatly affected. When I refined a droplet of essence blood in the past, it only took me a year. But now, it'll take me 5 or 6 years. Now that I think about it, I've actually stayed on that nameless planet for over 200 years. Jianchen was slightly worried. Over 200 years was just the blink of an eye to some experts, but it was indeed a little too long for him. I'm not far from 1,000 years old. Once I surpass that, I won't be able to enter the dark star world again. Although the Wind Venerable agreed to trade for 10 droplets of essence blood from the Bloodtier Grand Exalt once he fully grasped the power of the world membrane, the Wind Venerable said. But this is the essence blood of a Grand Exalt after all. Even if the Bloodtier Grand Exalt is willing to exchange for it, he'll probably have to pay an unimaginably great price. Let's not talk about the price we'll have to pay. Just the amount of time it'll take for Senior Feng to fully grasp the power of the world membrane is already unimaginable. I can afford to wait for several decades, but if it takes several tens of thousand years. Jianchen sighed gently when he thought up to there. He felt like he should take 2 different paths to obtain the 10 droplets of essence blood from Grand Exalts. One of them was Venerable Feng. The other path was to fulfill his agreement with the Darkstar Emperor and obtain the 10 droplets of essence blood of Grand Exalts from the Darkstar world. I need to recover my primal chaos essence blood as soon as possible. Once I return to my peak, I will immediately attempt to refine pills. After that, Jianchen called in the maid who had been waiting outside the door and said, "I have something to discuss with your elders. Go and inform them." "Yes, Senior. May I ask which elder you're looking for?" The maid was extremely polite. She lowered her head and spoke with some trepidation. She did not even dare to breathe too loudly. "Any elder is fine," said Jianchen. The maid accepted the order and retreated carefully. She reported Jianchen's request, and it reached the ears of the protectors of the spatial battleship very soon. In the end, the black-robed old man that Jianchen had seen the first time personally came. During the time he spent on the spatial battleship, Jianchen learnt the black-robed old man's name. He was known as Elder Shur. Elder Shur was also the most powerful person among the 9 infinite primes who watched over the spatial battleship. "Old man Shurqing, greetings to you, fellow Chongyang." Elder Shur appeared in Jianchen's cabin with a smile. He was amicable and extremely polite. He treated Jianchen with complete politeness. He did not neglect him at all. Jianchen sat across from Elder Shi. He smiled faintly. Elder Shi, thank you for your warm hospitality in the past few days. Instead, I've caused you quite a lot of trouble. Ha ha ha, you're too polite, fellow Changyang. It's our fortune to have an expert like you on our ship. I believe our journey through outer space will definitely be much safer now that you're on board, Jianchen said with a smile. Elder Shi greeted him politely, but he secretly paid close attention to all of Jianchen's actions. Even the slightest change in his expression or the change in his gaze was clearly captured by Elder Shi. However, Elder Shi was slightly surprised when he observed Changyang. This was because he discovered that not only did Changyang not show any pressure at all before him, a ninth heavenly layer infinite prime. Instead, Changyang even showed a sliver of disdain towards him unintentionally. It was as if his cultivation as a ninth heavenly layer infinite prime was not enough to catch Changyang's attention. Is Changyang really a chaotic prime? Elder Shi's attitude became bad. Although they also had a grand elder here, he was only at the first layer of heaven. However, if not only was Changyang a chaotic prime, but he was even more powerful than the great elder, no one on the ship would be able to stop him. After all, countless tragedies had occurred on spatial battleships in the vast Saints world. There would always be some experts who would choose to prey on the Void battleship for various reasons. Don't worry, Elder Shi. I naturally won't sit on your Void battleship for nothing. Once you encounter danger in outer space, I will definitely assist you as much as I can. Jianchen paused when he reached there. He said, however, I do have a few matters that I need Elder Shi's help with. I need some pills that can recover essence blood, so I hope Elder Shi can help me collect them on the ship. Moreover, I also need a large number of heavenly resources. Jianchen gave a list of the heavenly resources he needed to refine the Calamity Divine King's pill to Elder Shi. In the end, he passed a space ring to Elder Shi. The space ring was filled with a tremendous amount of resources, as well as some low-grade and mid-grade pills that he had obtained from the Wind Venerable. They were useless for recovering essence blood, so he used them as an exchange. Elder Shi's expression immediately changed when he saw the resources. This was because the wealth in the space ring was so great that it even tempted a primordial realm expert like him. Not to mention the others, just the dozen or so Zhongping divine pellets were already priceless items. Don't worry, fellow Changyang. Leave this to me. I'll go collect the things you need right now. Shi Qing agreed in an extremely straightforward manner. Afterwards, he stowed the space ring away and left. Chapter 30-20. Sure enough, Elder Shi did not disappoint Jianchen. After leaving Jianchen's cabin, he immediately purchased the pills that Jianchen needed. At the same time, he used his influence to purchase all the supplementary pills that could be used to refine the Divine King's pill from all the shops and stalls on the spatial battleship. After all, there were several million cultivators on the spatial battleship. Instead of calling it a spatial battleship, it was better to call it a flying city. There were various facilities on the battleship, and there were quite a few shops that sold various cultivation resources. Without any exception, all the shops were opened by the organization that the spatial battleship belonged to. As a result, Elder Shi naturally possessed supreme authority here. In an instant, all the shops selling medicinal pills and heavenly treasures, as well as all the divine-grade medicinal pills and heavenly treasures that could help restore blood essence, flew into Elder Shi's hands one after another. Even the cultivators on the spatial battleship took out some of their pills and heavenly resources to trade. This was because Elder Shi's prices were just far too high. All the pills and heavenly resources that could recover essence and blood were at least 5 times more expensive than outside. Needless to say, under Elder Shi's efforts, Jianchen actually managed to collect some god-tier pills and heavenly resources that could replenish vital energy. Although the cultivators on the spatial battleship were not particularly powerful, basically all of them at godhood, who did not have their own fortuitous encounters. Chong-yang actually needs so many pills that can recover essence and blood. Is he injured and lacking essence blood, so he's keeping them for himself, or is he planning on collecting these resources to refine some kind of pill? In a luxurious cabin at the highest point of the spatial battleship, the great elder who watched over it was extremely puzzled by Jian Chen's actions of collecting heavenly resources. He secretly guessed what was going on. Great elder, Chong-yang doesn't seem injured at all. At the same time, some of the mid-grade god-tier pills he has taken out possess healing properties. Elder Shi stood before the great elder respectfully as he expressed his opinion. That's not necessarily the case. If he's purposefully hiding it, it's indeed very difficult to see through. However, if that's really the case, we can basically conclude that it's a coincidence that he boarded our spatial battleship. He's not an expert with ulterior motives like what we're worried about. He's probably injured, and he just happened to come across us in outer space. As for why he boarded our spatial battleship, he probably wanted to save himself the effort of traveling, and he wanted to collect these pills to recover. The great elder took out a jade bottle from his space ring and said, "I do have a few pills that can recover essence and blood. I'll make an exchange with Chong-yang." During this time, Jianchen spent the entire time resting in the cabin, patiently waiting for Elder Shi to deliver the various resources. Basically, every 2 or 3 days, Jianchen would receive a large amount of heavenly resources. 99% of them were materials for refining the 100 Calamity Divine King's pill. Only a very small portion of them were things that could recover essence and blood. This process lasted for a whole month. A month later, all the heavenly resources and pills that could be collected on the spatial battleship arrived in Jianchen's hand. Aside from these items, there was also a low-quality god artifact pill furnace. Jianchen had spent over a dozen mid-grade pills and a few other precious materials to exchange for the pill furnace from an infinite prime on the spatial battleship. There's only around 40 low-quality pills and over a dozen low-quality materials. However, they're all low-quality pills, but their effects are much worse than the Wind Venerable's blood-condensing pills. There are quite a few supreme-grade pills left, over 10,000 of them. Jianchen was not satisfied with what he had obtained in the past month. There were just far too few god-tier pills. As for supreme-grade pills, they were basically useless to an expert like him. However, he had no other choice. After all, it was better than nothing. Afterwards, Jianchen entered seclusion. He ingested various pills like candy and began to refine essence and blood silently. Even though Jianchen had exchanged over 10,000 pills, they were unable to keep up with Jianchen's ravenous consumption. Finally, 3 months later, Jianchen had used up all the pills he had collected on the spatial battleship. However, the results left Jianchen very disappointed. Over 40 low-quality pills, over a dozen god-tier heavenly resources, and over 10,000 supreme-grade pills had only allowed him to refine 20 droplets of essence and blood. I've lost too much essence and blood. I've basically been completely drained before, so recovering it will be several times more difficult. Afterwards, Jianchen temporarily gave up on refining essence and blood because he understood that he needed to reach the 49 Great Plains if he wanted to recover all his essence and blood. He began to spend his remaining time on studying pills. The sooner he refined the Divine King's 100 Calamity pill, the better. The spatial battleship flew through the vast cosmos at a high speed. It was not a peaceful journey. They encountered the presences of space beasts several times, but they did not come across any chaotic primes. As a result, the infinite primes on the spatial battleship dealt with them easily. Jianchen remained on the spatial battleship, comprehending pills the entire time. He did not get off the spatial battleship at all. This was because the spatial battleship was of a high grade, and it was extremely fast. He would not be much faster than the spatial battleship even if he traveled by himself, so why waste his time? Unknowingly, the spatial battleship had flown through the sea of stars for 2 years. Finally, one day, the spatial battleship shuddered gently. It had left the boundless outer space and stopped on a vast piece of land. Fellow Chongyang, we've arrived on the ice pole plain. As soon as the spatial battleship landed, Elder Shur arrived before Jianchen. He smiled. Our spatial battleship will stay on the ice pole plain for half a month before setting off again for our next destination. May I ask if fellow Chongyang will continue with us or stay on the ice pole plain for a while? The ice pole plain? We've arrived on the ice pole plain? Jianchen was surprised. He had no idea where the next destination was during the time he spent on the spatial battleship. However, he had never thought that he would actually arrive on the ice pole plain. Chapter 30:21. The right elder of the Thor clan continued to sit in the air at the entrance to the Spirit Sage's world in the Saint's world. He blocked the entrance all by himself. His eyes were closed, and he was motionless like an old monk in meditation. He looked like a stone statue. He had maintained this posture for more than 200 years. 200 years was a very long time for an ordinary warrior, but for Elder Yu, who had lived for a very long time, it was just a snap of his fingers. During the years when the right elder blocked the entrance, no other organization or cultivator in the vast Saints' world could enter the Sacred Immortals' world apart from the Dao clan and Ziwei clan that were on good terms with the Thor clan and their subordinate organizations. Even so, the number of independent cultivators gathered at the entrance of the passageway between the two worlds did not decrease at all. Instead, the number of people was increasing. Even the Spirit Sages, who could be considered as a proper organization of the Spirit Sage's world, had sent many of their clansmen. They were all gathered on a huge spaceship, occupying a region to themselves. The spaceship of the Spirit Sages was naturally the most eye-catching object present, for no other reason than the fact that the spaceship was a high-quality god artifact. At this moment, a middle-aged couple stood side by side on a balcony with a wide view at the very top of the spaceship. They both stared at the elder of the right who blocked the passage between the two worlds. Their faces were very ugly. From the presences they gave off, they were peak experts who had reached grand prime. The middle-aged man's name was Bai Cheng, and the middle-aged woman's name was Zilan. Not only were they husband and wife, but they were also the two great ancestors of the Spirit Immortal tribe. The Thor clan is too arrogant. If we want to talk about the details of this sacred immortal realm, it should be the territory of the Sacred Immortal clan. However, not only did the Thor clan domineeringly block the passage, they even shut out our Sacred Immortal clan. One of the two great ancestors of the Sacred Immortal clan, Violet Orchid, spoke in an angry voice. The middle-aged man, Bai Ching, also had a helpless expression on his face as he softly sighed. Who asked the Thor clan to be so powerful? Back in the day, when our Spirit Immortal clan was at its peak, we were able to contend against multiple ancient clans at the same time even without a sovereign expert. Look at the current situation. The saints of the ancient families don't even need to show themselves. Just a single elder is enough to render our Spirit Immortal tribe helpless. To think that our Spirit Immortal clan has already declined to such an extent. I wonder if our clan will ever regain its former glory. Bai Cheng's face was filled with sorrow. It's a pity that the former clan leader isn't here. If the former clan leader was here, I'd like to see if the Thor clan would still dare to be so arrogant and obstruct our Spirit Immortal clan from returning to our own world. Zilan said furiously. She seemed to be gnashing her teeth. It was clear that she was extremely furious. The former clan leader. Bai Cheng's face was filled with nostalgia when he heard the former clan leader. He muttered, after the former clan leader was heavily injured by a sovereign of the immortal world, he stepped down from the position of clan leader and disappeared without a trace. Even now, he hasn't appeared. I wonder if he's still alive. I really miss the time when the former clan leader was here. Only in that period of time did we feel that the Spirit Immortal clan was also a peak clan. At this moment, the passage between the two worlds suddenly trembled. Such a tremor meant that a peak figure was currently passing through. The right-hand elder, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the passage, slowly opened his eyes. His old eyes, which were filled with the vicissitudes of life, stared at the passage without blinking. They were filled with anticipation and apprehension. A figure flashed, and the tall figure of the sacred lord of Zhen Yuan silently appeared. He stood side by side with the right elder and stared calmly at the passageway between the two realms with his arms crossed. He smiled faintly and said, "It's been more than 200 years. This group of people who are disrupting the order of things is finally willing to come out." With that, the sacred lord of Zhenyuan glanced at the right-hand elder beside him indifferently and continued, "But honestly, you sure know how to pick a time. Coming out at a time like this can make you look a little more dignified." "What do you mean, sacred lord of Zhenyuan?" the right-hand elder asked emotionlessly. He stared at the passage between the two worlds without blinking at all. This was because he could vaguely sense that quite a lot of people had come out this time. There were many grand primes. Without even thinking, he knew that all the people they had sent in had come out. Everyone had left, which meant that their search for the origin of ways had come to an end. "That's because the limit of how long I can tolerate you is 300 years. If you're still like this after 300 years, I can only chase you away forcefully," the sacred lord of Zhenyuan said nonchalantly. The sacred lord of Zhen Yuan had a carefree attitude. Even though this was the alliance of the three ancient families, he clearly wasn't afraid at all. The right-hand elder remained silent. He remained silent. He knew that people on the level of the sacred lord of Zhenyuan would never be alarmists. They would always do what they said they would. Most importantly, the sacred lord of Zhenyuan did possess that ability. This was because he was a supreme expert that even the 8 saints of Archean clans had to treat carefully. Chapter 30-22. With the departure of the sacred lord of suppression, the grand primes of the Ziwei clan and the Dao clan all congratulated the Thunder Saint. After congratulating him on his recovery, the two ancient clans left with their subordinate organizations. Afterwards, the Thor clan left as well. With their departure, the passageway between the two worlds that the Right Elder had sealed up for over 2 centuries finally returned to normal. "We can finally enter. I just wonder which sovereign left behind the legacy in the spirit's world this time. However, in order to obtain the legacy, we've brought the prodigies of our clans. The 2 grand primes of the spirit sages, Bai Cheng and Zilan, were both relieved. Afterwards, they entered the passageway between the two worlds excitedly and eagerly. Perhaps it was because they were the true citizens of the sacred immortal realm, but the sacred lord of Zhen Yuan had given the sacred immortal tribe the priority to enter, and allowed the sacred immortal tribe to be the first to enter. A divine hall that was a high-quality god artifact flew through outer space at high speed as it radiated with the power of lightning. The Right Elder, Lei Shiguang, Lei Yun, and Lei Huaji gathered on the highest floor of the divine hall. Lei Shiguang's face was filled with guilt and self-blame as he clasped his fists towards Elder Right. "Elder Right, I've failed to live up to the expectations of the clan. I wasn't able to find the essence of the Grand Tao on this trip to the sacred celestial realm." Even though the Right Elder seemed to be overjoyed at the passageway between the two worlds, he had already prepared himself for a different answer. As a result, the Right Elder was not too surprised when he heard Lei Shiguang's report. He let out a long sigh and said slowly, "Who else knows about this apart from the 3 of you?" "Apart from us, no one else," said Lei Shiguang. "You must keep this a secret. You can't spread it. Apart from the Left Elder, you can't even mention it to Lei Yin, Lei Ming, and the others. Do you understand?" The Right Elder's voice suddenly became extremely stern. "Don't worry, Elder Su. We know the severity of this matter. We won't leak it out. We will only tell all our clansmen that our clan has successfully obtained the origin of the great Tao. Lei Yun and Lei Huaji hugged their pillows. The right-hand elder nodded and said, "Also, inform Lei Tsonglong of the Celestial Thunder Clan to gather as much divine blood soil as possible. There's some power of divinity left behind by Grand Exalts in there. Now that we haven't obtained the origin of ways, we can only find some more divine blood soil to delay the Saint Lord's injuries." "Right, Elder, is the Saint's injury really that serious?" Both Lei Yun and Lei Huaji were shocked. The right-hand elder sighed softly and didn't say anything. However, at this moment, the right-hand elder's expression changed. His expression immediately became serious as he said in a deep voice, "The left-hand elder used a secret technique to send me a message. He wants me to return to the clan immediately. Elders wouldn't have asked me to go back in such a hurry if it wasn't something very important. It seems like it's not a small matter. Let's go. Let's leave the Divine Hall. I'll personally take you there." With a flash, the Divine Hall vanished. Only the right-hand elder remained in outer space. In the next moment, he turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the depths of the sea of stars with unbelievable speed. Within the Annihilation Lightning domain where the Thor clan resided, the right-hand elder, left-hand elder, and Lei Shiguang appeared together in a supreme divine hall in the depths of the Thor clan. The three of them stood side by side in a single line. Before the three of them sat a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wore an emperor's crown and a lightning robe. He gave off a dignified aura. He was the patriarch of the Thor clan, as well as one of the renowned 8 saints of the Saints' world, the Thunder Saint. However, the Thunder Saint was extremely pale right now. His presence was extremely weak, and he seemed sickly. "I can't last much longer. Elder Zhua, and Shiguang, only the three of you are late Grand Primes in the Thor clan right now. The Thor clan will rely on you in the future." The Thunder Saint sat on the ground as the light in his eyes dimmed. His voice was extremely weak. "Saint, you have to hold on. The Thor clan cannot do without you." The expressions of the two elders and the other two changed drastically when they heard that. Shock filled their faces. They already knew that the Thunder Saint was heavily injured. Originally, they thought that the Thunder Saint would only recover slowly and that he would make a full recovery sooner or later. However, they had never thought that the Thunder Saint's injuries would be so severe that even the mighty Thunder Saint of the 8 Saints' world would leave behind his last words before the three of them. This caused the two elders and Lei Shiguang to be incomparably astonished. "Holy Sage, with your supreme strength and the help of the supreme artifact, even if you meet the Holy Beast King of the immortal world, you still have the power to fight. But who is the one who caused this injury to your body? Has a sovereign of the immortals world taken action?" The elder on the right said sternly. The Thunder Saint shook his head and said weakly, "It's not a sovereign of the immortals world, nor is it a Saint Beast King. The person who injured me is a rising star that no one has ever heard of in our Saints' world." "What? A rising star?" The two elders and Lei Shiguang were both shocked. The Thunder Saint seemed to think about the battle in the past, and he became extremely stern. He said weakly, "The cultivation method that Rising Star practices is extremely profound, and she's very powerful. However, that's not the key to her heaven-defying abilities. The reason why she was able to heavily injure me was because of the brush in her hand. That brush possesses unimaginable power. She relied on that brush to fight against the Daotian Saint, the East Approach Saint, the Myriad Bone Guild Master, and myself at the same time. Although she was eventually destroyed by the 4 of us, the brush in her hand disappeared. It's very likely that it fell into the hands of someone from the immortals world. Left and right elders, and Shiguang, this is the shape of that brush. If you encounter someone from the immortals world who possesses this brush in the future, you must be extremely careful. It's best if you don't clash head-on with them. This is because I was injured by this brush, and I also died under this brush, As he said that, a surge of lightning energy appeared before the Thunder Saint, and it quickly formed the shape of a brush. The word "world" was engraved on the handle of the brush. The three elders and Lei Shiguang's gazes all gathered on the brush. They stared at the brush with hatred that soared to the heavens. Their eyes were about to pop out of their socket. "I'm leaving. From today onwards, whoever reaches the 9th heavenly layer of the Thor clan will take over the Thor clan and become the new Saint Lord." As soon as he finished speaking, the Thunder Saint's body began to gradually disintegrate. It started from his head and it spread down bit by bit. It turned into dust that filled the sky, and it turned into a vast cloud of energy that dissipated in the world. In just a few breaths of time, the Thunder Saint Lord's body had completely disappeared. He had turned into ashes, leaving behind only the crown and the lightning magic robe. Chapter 30:23. One of the 8 saints, the Thunder Saint, was dead. The news of his death was kept secret by the Thor clan. Apart from the 2 elders and Lei Shiguang, no one else knew about it. Afterwards, the 2 elders remained as usual, sitting at the entrance of the Divine Hall like 2 statues. They seemed like they were doing their duty, guarding the Thunder Saint. Lei Shiguang continued his seclusion as well. Everything was the same as before. At this moment, none of the countless clansmen in the huge Thor clan knew that the current Thor clan could no longer be called an archaic clan. The Ice Pole Plain, one of the 49 Great Plains of the Saints' world, was just like its name. It was a great plain that was covered in ice and snow all year round. If one looked at it from outer space, they would discover that the entire Ice Pole Plain was snow-white. This was basically a living world of ice and snow. At this moment, Jianchen strolled leisurely through a bustling city on the Ice Pole Plain. He held a jade slip in his hand. He had just purchased the jade slip from a store at a high price. It recorded some information regarding the Ice Pole Plain. Of course, this so-called high grade was only for regular cultivators. In Jianchen's eyes, the jade slip was naturally not worth mentioning. It really is worthy of being a jade slip of the highest grade. The information inside is extremely comprehensive. Although it doesn't record any confidential information, it gives me a rough understanding of the situation on the Ice Pole Plain at the very least. After skimming through the information in the jade slip, a formation in the jade slip seemed to activate automatically. As a result, the jade slip was reduced to dust in Jianchen's hand. The greatest organization on the Ice Pole Plain is a sect called the Snow Sect. At the same time, the Snow Sect is the greatest empire on the Ice Pole Plain, the Snow Empire. The second organization is a sect called the Frigid Wind Sect. The third organization is the Tianhe clan, the fourth is the Hufen clan. Didn't I hear that the 2 ancestors of the Hufen clan are dead? Without a Grand Prime, what right do they have to be a peak clan? Why hasn't the Hefeng clan been removed? It seems that the information recorded in this jade slip is a little outdated. Jianchen silently digested the information on the Ice Pole province. He had also obtained some information on the Moon God Hall from this jade slip. Although it was not very comprehensive, and did not involve any extremely secretive information, at least he knew the location of the Moon God Hall. As for the Ice Goddess Hall, there was no record of it in the jade slip. The most important thing now is to recover the primal chaos blood essence and return my strength to its peak as soon as possible. Only when I return to my peak state will I be able to carry out my next plan. And the Snow Country controlled by the Snow Sect has the largest chamber of commerce in the Ice Pole province. If I want to buy a large amount of divine-level pills, the Snow Country is undoubtedly the best place to go. Jianchen secretly calculated in his heart. He still did not show his true face, but used a mask to disguise his identity and conceal his aura. After determining the direction, he immediately flew towards the imperial city of the Snow Empire. The Ice Pole province was very large. It was several times the size of the Cloud Plain. However, with Jianchen's current strength and the assistance of the laws of space, which had reached the 8th heavenly layer of infinite prime, it would not take him very long to traverse the entire Ice Pole province. As a result, he appeared in the imperial city of the Snow Country very soon after using the laws of space. Not only was the Five Regions Chamber of Commerce the largest chamber of commerce on the Ice Pole province, but their businesses spanned across the entire plane. They even had connections with other planes outside the Ice Pole province. Of course, the Five Regions Chamber of Commerce was nowhere near enough without the support of a powerful organization. The greatest organization on the Ice Pole province, the Snow Country, was behind the Five Regions Chamber of Commerce. Today, a white-haired, cold-faced old man arrived at the headquarters of the Five Regions Chamber of Commerce in the imperial city of the Snow Sect. The old man's presence was concealed. Even though it was impossible to see through his cultivation, his eyes were extremely sharp. They were as sharp as swords. Even cultivators who had reached God King would feel a stabbing pain in their eyes when they looked into his eyes. The servants in the headquarters of the Five Regions Chamber of Commerce were all extraordinary. Perhaps they could tell that the old man was no ordinary person, so they went up to greet him warmly. They smiled from ear to ear and said enthusiastically, "Senior, how may I be of service to you? The old man wants to conduct a huge transaction with you. You probably can't make the decision, so call the person in charge here," the old man said hoarsely. The old man's voice was hoarse as he spoke. His eyes casually glanced at this attendant. However, the powerful pressure that was emitted from his eyes caused the attendant's heart to tremble as he continuously stepped back. The old man was naturally Jianchen in disguise. Yes, Senior, I will go inform my master right away. Please come to the upper floor of the Divine Hall to rest. Our Five Regions Chamber of Commerce will treat you well. The servant immediately lowered his attitude and bowed as he invited Jianchen to the upper floor. Very soon, Jianchen was invited to a guest room. A hunchbacked old man was already waiting there. As soon as he saw Jianchen, he chuckled and went up to him. "My surname is Qi, and I am one of the vice presidents of the Five Regions Chamber of Commerce. Greetings, fellow. May I ask what kind of transaction you have with our Five Regions Chamber of Commerce?" "Vice President?" The old man disguised as Jianchen studied Vice President Qi. He showed disdain and said, "Old man had thought that the mighty vice president of the Five Regions Chamber of Commerce would be a primordial realm expert at the very least. I never thought it would be a divine king. You don't have the right to negotiate with old man. You should call the primordial realm expert behind your Five Regions Chamber of Commerce over to discuss with old man." With that, a powerful presence flashed from Jianchen. Even though this aura only appeared for a brief moment, the moment it appeared, the entire headquarters of the Five Regions Chamber of Commerce trembled slightly. Vice President Qi's expression changed, because the headquarters of the Five Regions Chamber of Commerce was actually a low-quality god artifact. At this moment, he had actually received information from the artifact spirit. The person before him was actually a chaotic prime. He's actually a chaotic prime. Vice President Qi was greatly shocked. In a top force like the Snow Sect, a chaotic prime was a figure at the level of a Grand Elder. Their status was high and lofty. Chapter 30-24. Afterwards, the vice-chairman immediately got people to bring over the best spiritual fruits and tea for Jianchen. Afterwards, he carefully accompanied Jianchen as they waited for the chairman of the Five Regions Chamber of Commerce. Jianchen began to chat casually with the vice-chairman, asking him a few questions about the ice pole plane from time to time. The vice-chairman answered all of Jianchen's questions without holding anything back. He told Jianchen everything he knew without holding anything back. He did not dare to slack off at all. Jianchen originally wanted to use this opportunity to ask about the Ice Goddess Hall and the Moon God Hall, but after thinking about it, the vice-chairman was only a cultivator at the Divine King realm. Although he was the vice-chairman of the Five Regions Chamber of Commerce in name, this was a business. He obviously did not possess a particularly high status in the Snow Sect. If Jianchen asked about the Ice Goddess Hall, the vice-chairman might not necessarily have the right to know. Jianchen waited for an incense stick's worth of time before the president of the Five Regions Chamber of Commerce hurried over. The chairman of the Five Regions Chamber of Commerce was a skinny, bald old man. He wore gray clothes and had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were extremely bright. They flickered with the light of wisdom. Occasionally, there was a hint of treachery that was unique to merchants. "I am the chairman of the Five Regions Chamber of Commerce, Qian Baoduo. Greetings, senior. I learned that a senior had personally come to the headquarters of our Five Regions Chamber of Commerce, so I immediately put down everything I was doing and hurried over from the Snow Sect as quickly as I could. Due to the long journey, I have made senior wait. I hope senior can forgive me." Qian Baoduo clearly knew that Jianchen was a chaotic prime, so he was extremely polite. "It's fine." Jianchen waved his hand without minding at all. "Let's cut to the chase. Old man has come this time to trade with the Five Regions Chamber of Commerce." Jianchen took out 3 jade bottles and placed them on the table. He said coldly, "Give me an estimate. Old man only wants divine blood condensing pills." Blood coagulation divine pill? This is one of the best low-grade god dawn. Not only are the ingredients required to concoct it extremely rare, the difficulty of concocting it is almost on par with mid-grade god dawn. The success rate is extremely low. Qian Baoduo immediately became serious. Jianchen frowned and said impatiently, "Cut the crap. Give me a price." "All right, senior, please wait a moment. This old man will estimate the value of the pill for senior." The Five Regions Chamber of Commerce's president, Qian Baoduo, first took out a pair of gloves made of special soft jade and put them on. Then, he opened the jade bottles one by one to check the pills inside. He looked very professional. "Senior, you've taken out a total of 7 pills, and they're all mid-grade divine pills. However, due to the difference in medicinal effects, the difference in quality, and how well they're preserved, each pill's final value is affected. However, the pills you've taken out are definitely of the highest quality. The only regrettable thing is that they've been around for quite some time, so some of the medicinal effects have been lost." After some calculations, Qian Baoduo finally set a price. "Senior has taken out 7 pills. Our Five Regions Chamber of Commerce is willing to take out 25 divine blood condensing pills. This is already the highest price." Jianchen pondered for a moment before agreeing. Even though he knew that this price was a bit exaggerated, to the current him, returning to his peak was more important than anything else. It didn't matter if he suffered a little loss. Next, Jianchen took out various treasures and resources from his interspatial ring to trade with the Five Regions Chamber of Commerce. A small portion of them came from the Dark Star realm, but they weren't particularly rare materials. In the end, both sides were happy with the trade. During this time, Jianchen used this opportunity to ask Qian Baoduo about the Moon God Hall and the Ice Goddess Hall in an indirect manner. However, Qian Baoduo seemed to be wary of the Ice Goddess Hall. He did not dare to talk too much about it. As for the Moon God Hall, Qian Baoduo also did not dare to talk too much about it because it involved too much of the Ice Goddess Hall. "Please forgive me, senior. I'm only the chairman of a chamber of commerce. If it's a matter of business, I can make all the decisions. However, the questions that senior wants to ask are far too profound. Probably only the great elders of the sect with great statuses can answer your questions," Qian Baoduo said apologetically before passing a medallion to Jianchen. "However, our Snow sect is extremely willing to befriend experts at senior's level. This is a special VIP medallion of our Snow sect. If senior has the time, you can directly come to our Snow sect with this medallion." Chaotic primes were rulers of a region, no matter where they were in the Saints' world. They would be great elders in any peak organization. They possessed great statuses and were greatly valued. As a result, even peak organizations with grand primes would do everything they could to rope in experts like them. Among peak organizations, Grand Primes were the pillars of Poseidon. They were the foundation of a clan. As for Chaotic Primes, they were the pillars of support. With Jianshan's current strength, he naturally possessed the right to attract the attention of these peak organizations. Before long, Jianshan left the 5 regions merchant group with 40 godly blood condensing pills. 40 godly blood condensing pills are nowhere near enough for me to return to my peak condition. Moreover, it's impossible for people without a certain status to know too much about the Ice Goddess Hall. We will need to find the Grand Elder level figures of the top factions in order to find out more about this matter. It looks like I need to pay a visit to the Tianhe clan. I only know He Qianshan from the Tianhe clan. It's already been over 200 years, so He Qianshan should have returned to the Tianhe clan from the Sacred Immortals world Jianshan found in and nearby and settled down. Afterwards, he carefully checked the 40 godly blood condensing pills he had obtained from the 5 regions merchant group. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he began to consume them to recover his chaotic essence blood. He entered seclusion for an entire month. A month later, Jianshan emerged from the inn in high spirits. Even though the 40 godly blood condensing pills did not recover 2 droplets of chaotic essence blood from each pill like back on the nameless planet, he was still able to recover 2 droplets of chaotic essence blood from each pill. However, Jianshan discovered that as the chaotic essence blood in his body gradually increased, the amount of chaotic essence blood he could recover from each godly blood condensing pill increased as well. The 40 godly blood condensing pills had recovered almost 50 droplets of chaotic essence blood from him. This was a good sign. It meant that his chaotic body was gradually breaking free from its overdraft. I can go to the Tianhe clan now. Jianshan stared into the distance in the direction of the Tianhe clan. Afterwards, the laws of space pulsed around him, and he vanished. Chapter 30-25. The Sky Crane clan sat on a huge iceberg. With the iceberg as the center, everything within a radius of 10 million kilometers was the Sky Crane clan's sole territory. Below the iceberg where the Sky Crane clan resided, there was a huge city completely condensed from ice. This city was called Sky Crane Divine City. The Sky Crane clan was like a hermit clan on the ice pole plain. Some cultivators with weaker cultivations did not even know about the Sky Crane clan's existence. Sky Crane City was a city specially constructed by the Sky Crane clan. It was their place of contact with the outside world. At the same time, it was also responsible for collecting some daily necessities for the Sky Crane clan. Today, outside Sky Crane Divine City, in a vast ice field, the space was slightly distorted, and an old man in white robes silently appeared here. To no surprise, the old man was Jianshan in disguise. Sky Crane City. It's here. Jianshan hovered in the air above the icy plains. He stared at the snow-white city several dozen kilometers away before taking a step forward. When he took this step, his figure instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing in Sky Crane Divine City. The City Lord Manor of Sky Crane Divine City was right in front of Jianshan. A few gods stood at the entrance of the City Lord's estate. They wore snow-white armor and stood as straight as spears. They guarded the entrance dutifully. Jianshan's sudden appearance naturally caught the attention of the guards. However, they had been guarding the entrance for a long time, so they had seen various experts before. As a result, they were already accustomed to this. Immediately, a guard arrived before Jianshan and said, "Senior, may I ask how I can help you? Take the old man to see your city lord." The City Lord of Sky Crane City received Jianshan warmly within the City Lord's estate. As the highest contact the Sky Crane clan had arranged, the City Lord was obviously not a godhood expert. Instead, he was a first heavenly layer infinite prime. "Old man has come this time because I hope the City Lord can help me with something. Old man hopes that the City Lord can give this medallion to He Qianshan of the Sky Crane clan." Jianshan took out a medallion and gave it to the City Lord. At the same time, he gave off a presence on par with chaotic primes either intentionally or unintentionally. The customs of the Sky Crane clan were rather different. When outsiders came to visit, they had to go to Sky Crane City and report it to the clan. Only after the upper echelon of the clan agreed would they be allowed to visit. Otherwise, if Jian Chun used the same method as when he visited the Pellet King's clan on planet Tianming, it would be seen as a provocation even if they had come with sincerity. It was not just the Sky Crane clan. Many peak organizations on the ice pole plane had this custom as well. Perhaps it was because the strength Jianchen had displayed was too great, but the city lord did not dare to slack off at all. He did not dare to turn down Jianchen's request either. After all, it was just passing on an item. Even the powerful Sky Crane clan would never offend a great elder over something so trivial. Moreover, it was obvious that the medallion belonged to the Sky Crane clan. The city lord immediately ordered people to take the medallion back to the Sky Crane clan as quickly as possible. In the end, the medallion ended up in He Qianshan's hands after being passed around many times. At this moment, He Qianshan was wearing a white outfit that outlined her slender figure in a martial arts practice field in the Sky Crane clan. At this moment, she was holding a long sword. She had just finished evolving a divine rank battle skill, causing the energy in the martial arts practice field to surge violently. The heavenly might of the divine rank battle skill was slowly fading away. "Miss, this is something sent from the divine city outside. The elder stationed in the divine city specially instructed me to hand it over to you personally. The item has already been checked, and there are no problems." At this moment, He Qianshan's personal maid came to He Qianshan with a wooden box in her hands and handed it over. He Qianshan was clearly a little out of breath after using a divine rank battle skill. She wiped the sweat on her forehead and casually opened the wooden box. Inside the wooden box, there was a medallion that could clearly represent the Sky Crane clan to a certain extent. It was quietly lying inside. When He Qianshan's gaze fell on the medallion, her originally indifferent expression suddenly froze. Her pupils shrunk slightly as she stared at the medallion without blinking. The medallions of the Sky Crane clan seemed to be the same, but in reality, there were some minute differences between each medallion. Based on these minute differences, one could distinguish the owner of each medallion. Hence, when He Qianshan's gaze fell on the medallion, she could tell that it belonged to her with a single glance. Of course, the most important thing was that she, He Qianshan, had only given out one medallion like this in the past few hundred years. He Qianshan subconsciously held the medallion in her hand. Her expression was absent-minded and complicated. After a moment, He Qianshan did not say anything and turned around to leave the martial arts practice field. 2 hours later, she had already left the Sky Crane clan and appeared in the Sky Crane Divine City, heading straight for the city lord's mansion. "I'm in a cedar forest outside the city." However, at this moment, an illusory voice entered He Qianshan's eyes. Hearing that familiar voice, ripples immediately flickered in He Qianshan's cold eyes. She immediately changed her direction and flew toward the snowshirt forest outside Sky Crane Divine City. Soon, He Qianshan saw that familiar figure in the snow forest. The current Jianchen had already recovered his appearance in the 100 Saints city. Of course, this was not his lineup, because only this face would be familiar to He Qianshan. He Qianshan's robes were as white as snow. She stood in the middle of this snowy world, as though she had become one with this world. She maintained a distance of 10 zhang away from Jianchen as she stared at Jianchen with a complicated gaze. "It's been more than 200 years since we last met. Miss Qian's elegance is still the same. You're even more beautiful than before." Jianchen had a faint smile on his face. He Qianshan did not say anything. Her gaze was fixed on Jianchen. At times it was complicated, at times it was sharp, and at times it was cold and indifferent. It was not difficult to see that her heart was definitely filled with mixed feelings at this moment. That was because in her mind, she couldn't help but recall the two roles Jianchen played in the Dark Star Realm. One was the Divine King who was well known by the 100 Holy City, the one who grasped both the laws of sword and the laws of space. The other was the Fifth Hall Master, a person with a high status and authority in the Dark Star Realm. He had once opposed the Seventh Hall Master for the sake of protecting the 100 Holy City. At the same time, he had also swindled a large amount of divine crystals from the various powers in the 100 Holy City. "Who are you?" He Qianqian finally spoke after quite a while. She discovered that she had never truly known Chongyang. "Miss Qian, just treat me as the old Chongyang," Jianchen bitterly smiled. "Chongyang shouldn't be your true identity, right? And your current appearance must be a disguise through some special method, right?" He Qianqian continued. Her voice was rather cold. Jianchen nodded. Chapter 30-26. Jianchen actually became rather speechless when faced with He Qianqian's question. This was because He Qianqian had indeed treated him well in the Dark Star world. She had even asked the great elder of the Tianhe clan for some information regarding the ice pole plane. After all, this information was rather important. Originally, He Qianqian did not have the right to know about it with her status, but in the end, she had made an exception and asked for this information because of him. He Qianqian treated him like that, but Jianchen had always presented himself with a fake identity. He Qianqian still did not know about his true identity, which made Jianchen feel like he had let down He Qianqian's trust. After quite a while of silence, Jianchen sighed gently. He said apologetically, "I'm extremely sorry, Miss Qian. I've disappointed you. However, please allow me to keep my true identity a secret for now. I can't tell you my true identity right now." He Qianqian said nothing. She only stared at Jianchen with her cold eyes. Anger gradually rose in her eyes. Even the look in his eyes had become even colder. Noticing the change in He Qianqian's expression, Jianchen could not help but smile bitterly. He said, "Miss Qian, I also have a clan behind me, and the strongest person in my clan is only a chaotic prime. However, the powers that I offended in the Dark Star Realm back then were all witnessed by Miss Qian. Thus, if my identity is to be exposed, while the troubles that I will face are small, the clan behind me will truly not be able to withstand those peak powers. As a result, I hope that Miss Qian can understand the difficulties of small organizations like us for the sake of survival. Aren't you a part of the Myriad Bone Guild? Back then, even the strongest saint-level assassins of the Myriad Bone Guild came to protect you. Everyone here believed you to be a potential assassin nurtured by the Myriad Bone Guild, so why have you become a part of a small organization now?" He Qianqian frowned. She was filled with doubt. "That's not the truth." Jianchen shook his head and explained, "I have nothing to do with the Myriad Bone House. What happened back then can be seen as a transaction between me and the Myriad Bone House. No, it shouldn't be considered a transaction either. Rather, the Myriad Bone Guild has been using me from start to finish. Moreover, after using me, they even schemed against me, wanting to kill me. Actually, in the eyes of the Myriad Bone Guild, I should have already been dead for more than 200 years. However, what they didn't know was that due to some coincidental reasons, I survived in the end." He Qianqian immediately became extremely stern when she heard Jianchen's story. She said sternly, "Back then, outside the tunnel in the world of the fallen beast, the #1 saint-level assassin of the Myriad Bone Guild went as far as to offend so many organizations and forcefully took you away in front of everyone. At that time, all of us believed that you were a member of the Myriad Bone Guild. Even the esteemed great elder of our Tianhe clan believed so. That's because your talent is just too great. You've actually cultivated to such a level before you're even 1,000 years old, so all of us believed that the Myriad Bone Guild was nurturing you. However, we really never thought that you would have such a strange relationship with the Myriad Bone Guild. It's completely different from what we imagined back then." He Qianshan sighed inside when she heard what Jianshan had gone through. However, when she saw Jianshan's innocent expression, she had no idea what to say. He Qianshan really had no idea where Chong Yang's confidence came from. He Qianshan was only a chaotic prime at most, yet he was able to remain so indifferent after being targeted by a colossal organization like the Myriad Bone Guild. Or could it be that he had truly reached a state where he could see through everything and was not afraid of death? At this moment, Jianshan continued to explain, "That's why I can't reveal my true identity right now. Once the Myriad Bone Guild learns that I'm still alive, who knows what they'll do." A sliver of curiosity suddenly appeared in He Qianshan's eyes. She stared at Jianshan as if she was tempted to see through all of Jianshan's disguises. She said, "Chong Yang, although I don't know if you're telling the truth, I'll believe you for now. I won't ask about your identity for now. However, you must have other intentions for coming to find me this time." "That's right. I've actually come this time to make a deal with your Tianhe clan," said Jianshan. "A deal?" A gleam of light flashed through He Qianshan's eyes when she heard that. She seemed to realize something, and she immediately became excited. She asked in a hurry, "Is it?" Although she did not finish her sentence, Jianshan understood and nodded with a smile. He Qianshan's eyes shone with a strange light as her breathing immediately became ragged. She said excitedly, "Our Tianhe clan is indeed extremely important to that kind of thing. However, this is no longer the world of the fallen beast that I call the shots here. Chong Yang, come with me. I'll take you to see the Great Elder immediately." With that, He Qianshan was about to pull Jianshan to the Tianhe clan with her. "I won't be going to the Tianhe clan. Miss Qian, please invite the Great Elder out. I'll talk to him outside." Jianshan took a step back. He Qianshan was stunned. She said, "Do you not trust our Tianhe clan? However, your worries are not without reason. After all, you've benefited far too much in the world of the fallen beast. You've been blinded by greed. Once the benefits are great enough, even grand primes who have already transcended worldly affairs will kill you and rob you. All right then. Chong Yang, wait outside. I'll go back to the clan and invite the Great Elder. But don't worry, I'll only tell the Great Elder I trust the most about this." After saying that, He Qianshan rushed back to the Tianhe clan with a heart full of excitement. Jianshan, on the other hand, had traveled far away from the forest. He sat down on the peak of an iceberg several million kilometers away and waited quietly. Perhaps because the item he was about to take out was just too important to the Swan clan, He Qianshan and a Great Elder who was a chaotic prime silently appeared in Sky Crane City in just an hour. Jianshan, who was several million kilometers away, immediately released a weak presence. Even though it was just a flash, the senses of chaotic primes were extremely great. The Great Elder in Sky Crane City immediately locked onto Jianshan's location. With a few flashes, he arrived before Jianshan with He Qianshan. Jianshan was familiar with the Great Elder that He Qianshan had invited. He was He Qianshi, who had guarded the entrance to the world of the fallen beast in the past. Chapter 30:27. He Qianshi waved his hand and an exquisite white jade tea set immediately appeared between him and Jianshan. He took out some tea slowly from his space ring and brewed it himself. At the same time, he said, "In the current saint's world, old man really can't think of anyone else who possesses a large amount of soil of divine blood aside from fellow Chong Yang. May I ask how much soil of divine blood you plan on using to exchange with our Tianhe clan?" He Qianshi smiled from ear to ear. He treated Jianshan extremely warmly, and his old eyes were filled with eagerness. Soil of divine blood was far more important to the Tianhe clan than any other peak organization. It was a true strategic resource to the Tianhe clan. As a result, He Qianshi naturally hoped to obtain as much soil of divine blood from Jianshan as possible. He had even begun to plan what he could offer in exchange for all of Jianshan's soil of divine blood. He Qianshan played the role of a servant now. She gracefully poured tea for Jianchen and He Qianqi from one side. At the same time, she did not forget to say to Jianchen, Chongyang, you must have understood the importance of soil of divine blood to our Tianhe clan when you were in the Dark Star world. As a result, I really hope that you can exchange all of the soil of divine blood you plan on using for the exchange with our Tianhe clan. If our Tianhe clan doesn't have what you need, our Tianhe clan is more than capable of collecting it. And with our Tianhe clan's strength, it'll be easier for us to collect what you need. He Qianqian and He Qianqi did not hide their desire for the soil of divine blood at all. They had not even begun the exchange, yet the two of them were already trying their best to persuade Jianchen to take out as much soil of divine blood as possible. Jianchen could not help but smile when he saw how desperate the two of them were. Without wasting any time, he directly took out a large clump of soil of divine blood from his space ring. 3 kilograms of divine blood soil. He Qianqi immediately sensed the weight of the god blood soil. He immediately revealed a look of excitement, and his breathing became rapid. In the past, in the Dark Star realm, it was extremely difficult for their heavenly crane family to obtain even one tael of divine blood soil. That was because the competition was too intense. But now they were actually able to obtain so much divine blood soil effortlessly. This caused He Qianqi, the Grand Elder of the Tianhe clan, to be so excited that his face turned red. I can give all of these 3 kilograms of divine blood soil to your Tianhe clan, but you have to fulfill my conditions. Jianchen held a clump of divine blood soil in his hand and stared at He Qianqi with bright eyes. Sir Chongyang, feel free to state your conditions. Our Tianhe clan will do everything we can to satisfy you. He Qianqi said confidently. In order to obtain the 1.5 gene of divine blood soil, he was ready to risk everything. First, I want a large number of divine blood condensing pills. Of course, if there aren't enough, other pills that can recover essence blood will do as well. However, they must be more effective than the divine blood condensing pills, said Jianchen. Pills that can recover essence blood? That's no problem. Our ancestor can refine those pills. As long as you have enough materials, you can get as many low-grade pills as you want. He Qianqi laughed aloud. He only felt that Chong Yang's first condition was far too easy to satisfy. To the Tianhe clan, it was just an insignificant matter. The ancestor of the Tianhe clan is an alchemist grandmaster? Jianchen was surprised. He Qianqi nodded with a smile. It's just that one of the ancestors is an alchemist grandmaster. He's an existence that can refine high-grade pills, so even supreme-grade pills won't be a problem. However, it has been a very long time since our ancestor has refined pills for outsiders, because there are very few people in the Saints' world who can get our ancestor to refine pills for them. He Qianqi paused there and stared at Jianchen meaningfully. He smiled, however, as long as you can provide enough divine blood soil, it's not like our ancestor can't make an exception. Jianchen sucked in a deep breath and said, the second condition is that I need to know some information. It's information on the level of the Ice Goddess Hall. He Qianqian glanced at Jianchen deeply when she heard that. She seemed to have expected it before turning her head away and focusing on making tea. He Qianqi also seemed to have expected it. He chuckled. Qianqian had asked for this information from the clan before. It looks like the person who really needs it is you. He Qianqi got He Qianqian to leave for now, so only he and Jianchen remained at the top of the mountain. As the great elder of the Tianhe clan, the old man possesses some authority in the clan. He does indeed know a little about the Ice Goddess Hall. Ask away. What do you want to know? Everything. Jianchen stared at He Qianqi. He Qianqi nodded slowly before immediately casting down layers of formations in the surroundings cautiously. He did his best to conceal everything. He said with a deep voice, sovereigns are not to be talked about. The following topic involves sovereigns, so the old man needs to be careful. Very soon, he Qianqi cast down layers of formations. The power of laws pulsed from him as he did his best to conceal everything. After a while, he Qianqi finally opened his mouth and said slowly, "Since you want to know everything, let's start with the topic that all the experts of the Ice Pole province care about the most, and that is the current situation of the sovereign." He Qianqi clearly feared the master of the Ice Goddess Hall, one of the 7 grand exalts of the saints' world, the Ice Goddess. Even though he had used many methods to conceal the matter, he still did not dare to use the title of the Ice Goddess. Instead, he used the title of sovereign. There are 2 theories about the sovereign's current situation in the saints' world. One of them is that the sovereign is heavily injured and is currently hiding in the depths of the divine hall to heal. Or perhaps she has fallen into a deep slumber. That place is protected by extremely terrifying formations, so no one can approach it. The second theory is that the sovereign is no longer around. Perhaps she has completely passed away, or perhaps she has reincarnated. As a result, even when the divine hall has been invaded, the sovereign still hasn't done anything. Then does the artifact spirit of the Ice Goddess Hall still exist? Jianshan continued to ask. Perhaps it was because of his sister, Changyang Mingyue, but he did not fear the Ice Goddess Hall as much as he Qianqi. There are many different theories about the artifact spirit. Some people say that the artifact spirit is dead, while others say that the artifact spirit is heavily injured. There are even people who say that when the artifact spirit was extremely weak, another peak expert, the Flame Reverend, took advantage of the situation and used some method to seal or restrain the artifact spirit. Of course, if you want to know the exact answer, you'll probably have to find the sovereign. He Qianqi shook his head before sighing gently. He continued, "It's rumored that the sovereign of our ice pole plane is cold and aloof. She never comes into contact with any organizations, nor does she have any allies. She has even come into conflict with a few sovereigns because of her personality. As a result, even if there are still sovereigns in the saints' world, they have never come to the ice pole plane." That's true. Chapter 30:28. He Qianqi took a sip of the spiritual tea and sighed again. It's just that we are weak. Even in our Ice Pole province, many of the top forces are worried about the great His Majesty, but they are powerless to do anything. Let's not even talk about the terrifying formation in the depths of the Ice Goddess Hall. It's enough to make all the peak experts on the Ice Pole plane shiver in fear, preventing them from approaching it. Just the Flame Reverend who's plotting against the Ice Goddess Hall is an unstoppable, terrifying existence on the Ice Pole plane. Moreover, with the Flame Reverend secretly watching over them, many of the peak organizations on the Ice Pole plane don't even dare to assist anyone in the Ice Goddess Hall. They're all afraid of being dragged into it. Jianshan sighed inside as well. Only now did he understand the Ice Goddess personality. Not only did her cold and aloof personality cause the Ice Goddess Hall to have no friends or allies in the saints' world, but she had even fallen out with a few experts at the same level as her. In the end, the Ice Goddess Hall was reduced to such a state, unable to receive any assistance from any powerful organizations. Clearly, the organizations on the Ice Pole plane were powerless even if they wanted to. "Senior, is there any news about the Flame Reverend?" Jianshan continued to ask. The Flame Reverend was the true mastermind behind the Ice Goddess Hall, and he was also the most terrifying figure. Every single action he took would have a huge impact on the situation of the Ice Goddess Hall. The Flame Reverend has vanished for many years already. There hasn't been any news from him for a very long time. However, we can be certain that the Flame Reverend is still alive. This is because the old man once heard the ancestor talk about this. The ancestor said that the Flame Reverend used some unknown method to control many Grand Primes. As long as the Flame Reverend is alive, the Grand Primes under his control are unable to disobey his orders. However, once the Flame Reverend dies, The people under his control will sense it. It's just that after all these years, the people under the Flame Reverend's control have always served the Flame Reverend. As a result, we can infer the Flame Reverend's situation from their movement. However, 3 million years ago, the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing once hunted down the Flame Reverend across the entire world. The Flame Reverend only vanished soon after that. He must have hidden himself in an unknown corner to avoid the First Majesty. Does the Ice Goddess Hall still have any powerful experts? Jianchen asked. He Qianqi shook his head and said, other than that supreme being in Shueishan, no one else is worthy of my attention. That's because that sovereign is different from the other sovereigns in the saints' world. The other sovereigns have all taught a few disciples or left behind a huge organization. However, our utmost exalted has never accepted any disciples, nor has he ever expanded his influence. Although the Sacred Hall has recruited some female disciples, those disciples are, at the very most, a bunch of servant girls. None of them are of any use. When he reached there, He Qianqi's face suddenly changed. He said, "Oh, old man," suddenly remembered that there was a female attendant called Shui Yunlan in the Divine Hall. Her name had always been on the Divine King's throne, and she stayed there for over 3 million years. However, the name Shui Yunlan vanished recently. The disappearance of the name on the Divine King's throne can only mean two things. The first is that this person has already died. The second is that she has reached the primordial realm. He Qianqi's eyes suddenly began to flicker. He stared at Jianchen with a strange gaze. Who knew what he was thinking? Jianchen immediately became speechless when he heard how He Qianqi referred to Shui Yunlan. Shui Yunlan referred to herself as one of the 4 great imperial guards. She was valiant and possessed extraordinary might. Moreover, she was an invincible, terrifying figure back on the Tian-Yuan continent. She had once left behind an undefeatable impression in Jianchen's mind. However, he had never thought that she would only be a servant girl in the eyes of a chaotic prime like He Qianqi. The Snow Goddess is not dead. She's just extremely heavily injured, and it's difficult for her to recover. It's rumored that she successfully reincarnated under the arrangements of the sovereign. However, since it was arranged by the sovereign, it was obviously not difficult for him to calculate the various factors that led to the reincarnation of the Snow Goddess with his great ability to control the heavenly ways and interfere with the operation of the universe. Moreover, the servant girl called Shui Yunlan just happened to remain on the Divine King's throne for 3 million years. All the supreme God Kings who can make it onto the God King's throne are people of great talent. These juniors basically won't remain on the God King's throne for too long. Although breaking through to the primordial realm is difficult, it's much easier for people like them compared to regular cultivators. It's basically impossible for them to remain on the primordial realm for 3 million years. As a result, Shui Yunlan's abnormality has already been predicted by the peak experts of the Saints' world. She has probably been sent to an extremely secretive place by the sovereign to silently await the appearance of the Snow Goddess so that she can protect her. And this place, or perhaps due to certain reasons, Shui Yunlan's strength has always remained on the Divine King's level, unable to break through. He Qianqi spoke very casually, as if he was analyzing a trivial matter, but Jian Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard it. He sighed inside at how old the ginger really was. He had never thought that He Qianqi would be able to deduce so many things from just a few clues. Moreover, he had basically hit the nail on the head. He Qianqi gradually smiled mysteriously. He did not pay attention to Jianchen's reaction. Instead, he lowered his head and poured himself a cup of tea. He said leisurely, "If old man has guessed correctly, the Snow Goddess should not have reincarnated in the Saints' world or some miniature world. Instead, she should have reincarnated in a lower world with countless planes." Shui Yunlan, who remained on the Divine King's throne for 3 million years, should have completed her mission and returned to the Saints' world. Afterwards, she reached the primordial realm, and her name vanished from the Divine King's throne. He Qianqi was wary of the Ice Goddess as a grand exalt. He dared not call her by her full name, so he could only refer to her as a sovereign. However, He Qianqi did not have such concerns when it came to the Snow Goddess. He referred to her as the Snow Goddess extremely naturally. Senior, you've told me so much about the Snow Goddess. Is she very powerful? Jianqin's eyes were filled with deep curiosity. He knew very little about his sister's past, so he naturally had a great desire to learn. This was because whether it was the Snow Goddess or Changyang Mingyue, she would always be his sister in Jianqin's heart. A sister who had cared for him since he was young, a sister who had given him the warmth of his childhood. He Qianqi's eyes immediately widened. He said unhappily, "The Snow Goddess is a 9th heavenly layer Grand Prime. She's no weaker than the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bixing and the 8 Saint Lords of the Archean clans. Do you think she's powerful or not?" He Qianqi could not help but show admiration when he mentioned the 9th heavenly layer Grand Prime. But fellow Changyang, old man is very curious. Just what is your relationship with the Snow Goddess? He Qianqi stared at Jianqin without blinking at all. How can a junior like me be acquainted with someone as great as the Snow Goddess? Senior, you think too highly of me, Jianqin chuckled. His expression remained the same as before. He Qianqi chuckled aloud. Looks like old man is overthinking things. However, regardless of whether it was the Prime or the Snow Goddess, both of them were eccentric individuals. Although this old man has never personally experienced it, I have heard of it from the clan's ancient records, as well as from the mouths of our predecessors. Whether it's the sovereign or the Snow Goddess, they're both great figures who are extremely difficult to get along with. They're very difficult to talk to. Moreover, as an outsider, no matter what your relationship is, if you meddle in their affairs without permission, then when the big shots return in the future, they will definitely come to settle the score. It doesn't matter whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. It doesn't make a difference in the eyes of the great figures. They'll only treat it as a form of violation. Jianqin was slightly shocked. He obviously knew that He Qianqi's words were actually a veiled warning to him, telling him not to interfere with the matters of the Snow Goddess. In other words, He Qianqi was warning him not to help the Snow Goddess so easily. Otherwise, when the Snow Goddess returns in the future, even if he was indebted to the Snow Goddess, he would probably experience retribution. If that's the case, why did some of the top forces in the Ice Pole province still want to help the great figures? Aren't you afraid that the great figures will deal with you later? Jianqin asked in a deep voice. That's not the same. Some of the top forces in the Ice Pole province are indeed loyal to the Divine Hall. However, even if they want to help, they won't do it too obviously. For example, if there's an outsider who wants to take over the Divine Hall, these forces will join forces to drive the outsider away and protect this pure land. Only the Flame Reverend is so strong that these forces can't do anything to him. Of course, there are also some experts who care about the big picture. These people won't ask for anything in return and will do their best to help the Divine Hall. They don't care about the consequences that await them when the great figures return. In reality, these people are already prepared to be punished by the great figures. Even if they die in the end, they will continue on unwaveringly for the sake of the big picture. This is because these people only have a single thought, which is that the Ice Pole province will only prosper if the sovereign remains. He Qianqi said. Have these people ever come into conflict with the Flame Reverend's organization? Jianqin asked. Of course not. In the past 3 million years, no one has ever dared to oppose the Flame Reverend's organization apart from the mysterious Empyrean demon, Lord, who rarely shows himself. That's because only death awaits. Moreover, in the eyes of these people, this kind of death is worthless. Even if they have to die, they have to do something meaningful for the return of the sovereign. He Qianqi sighed when he reached there. His face was filled with helplessness. I wonder if it's a blessing or a misfortune for our Ice Pole province to have such an eccentric sovereign. Jianchen fell silent. He had gained a rough understanding of the ice goddess and the snow goddess temperament from He Qianqi. It was no wonder that after the ice goddess Hall was in trouble, no expert in the saints' world thought about helping them. This was because they were indeed two great figures who were extremely difficult to get along with. They completely ignored the good intentions of others. There was naturally no expert in the saints' world who was willing to get involved with them. Chapter 30-29. Afterwards, Jianchen learnt about the Moon God Hall from He Qianqi. However, the information he obtained was basically the same as what He Qianqian had told him in the Dark Star World. It was just that the Hall Master of the Moon God Hall, Nan Patian, had been hunted down by the Empyrean Demon Lord. Even though he had fled into the Ice Goddess Hall, he was still unable to escape death. However, He Qianqi hesitated again when he mentioned Nan Potion's fate. He added, however, Nan Patian is quite a shrewd person, and the Flame Reverend values him greatly. Although he has only become a Grand Prime recently and is only a first Heavenly Layer Grand Prime, his status in the Flame Reverend's heart is even more important than some veteran Grand Primes. Moreover, Nan Patian possesses many treasures from the Flame Reverend. As a result, it's really hard to say whether Nan Patian is dead or not. This is because the Empyrean Demon Lord chased after Nan Patian when he fled into the Divine Hall, but only the Empyrean Demon Lord emerged in the end. As a result, many of us believed that Nan Patian was dead. After all, under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible for Nan Patian to escape from the Empyrean Demon Lord with his strength as a first Heavenly Layer Grand Prime. You suspect that Nan Patian is still alive? Jianchen's eyes suddenly narrowed. He Qianqi shook his head. I don't know. After all, Nan Patian has only just become a peak expert. Apart from the Flame Reverend behind him, our Tianhe clan doesn't take him seriously at all. As a result, we can't be bothered to investigate some of his matters. Then what about the Fairy Haoyue of the Moon God Hall? Jianchen followed up with a question. Our Tianhe clan did not pay too much attention to the information regarding the previous Moon God's daughter. After all, it hasn't risen to a level where it could attract our attention. If Qianqian hadn't specifically asked for this information from the family and the family had sent someone to collect it, I'm afraid we wouldn't even know about the existence of the Moon Goddess daughter. He Qianqi said. The Tianhe clan was just too powerful on the Ice Pole Plain. They had more than one Grand Prime ancestor. With such a great organization, they would not take the Moon God Hall seriously at all. This was because the Moon God Hall could only be regarded as a second-rate organization on the Ice Pole Plain before Nan Patian appeared. Even their greatest expert, the Moon Goddess, was only a chaotic prime. How could such a force draw too much attention from the Tianhe clan? Then, Jianchen asked a few more questions and obtained a lot of useful top-secret information from He Qianqi. All in all, it was a fruitful trip. I still have one last condition. I hope that the senior in the Tianhe clan who has extremely high attainments in the way of alchemy can teach me the way of alchemy. Jianchen raised his last question. He Qianqi finally let out a sigh of relief when he heard Jianchen raise all his conditions. He smiled happily and said, I can't decide for the ancestor. I can't make the decision for the old ancestor, but I will pass on your conditions. I believe that the old ancestor will consider the 1.5 gene of divine blood soil, so it shouldn't be a problem. Very soon, they reached an agreement. After recording a memory crystal as evidence, Jianchen gave the 3 kilograms of soil of godblood to He Qianqi. He Qianqi was unable to contain his excitement after obtaining the soil of godblood. After bidding farewell to Jianchen in a hurry, He hurried back to the Tianhe clan with He Qianqian. 3 kilograms of soil of godblood. That's 3 kilograms of soil of godblood. Just how many cauldrons of ancestral blood pills will we be able to refine with that? This is just far too significant for our Tianhe clan. I have to report this to the ancestor immediately. He Qianqi was extremely excited as he made his way back. He was so excited that his face had reddened. At that very moment, in the deepest part of the Tianhe clan, there were 3 figures gathered in a magnificent upper-class divine hall that was emitting a vast amount of pressure. All 3 of them shone with dazzling divine light. Strands of heavenly law transformed into rays of light that circled around them, varying in strength. The 3 of them were the 3 grand primes of the Tianhe clan. At the same time, they were the Poseidon needles of the Tianhe clan. The Tian sect wants to use a kilogram of soil of godblood to exchange for a kilogram of profound Isis god iron from our Tianhe clan. What do you think? One of the 3 ancestors of the Tianhe clan asked gently. Her voice was clear and melodious. It was obvious that she was a young woman from her voice. A letter made from an unknown material hovered between the 3 of them. Just how precious is the profound Isis god iron? Even our Tianhe clan only has a single kilogram of it, yet the Tian sect wants to use a mere kilogram of soil of godblood to exchange for it. That's just far too overbearing. The Tian sect is so overbearing. The person in their sect must be close to breaking through to the 6th heavenly layer and formally reaching the 7th heavenly layer. Once they reach the 7th heavenly layer, our Tianhe clan won't be able to contend against them. Sigh, it's a pity that the ice goddess and the snow goddess aren't here. Otherwise, even if the Tian sect was 100 times bolder, they wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. We can't compromise on this matter because this is no longer a matter of benefits. It's a matter of the dignity of our Tianhe clan. If the Tian sect really wants to fight, then let's fight. At worst, the 3 of us can just consume ancestral blood pills and undergo ancestral awakening before casting the crane ancestor god formation together. It's not like we don't have the power to fight against a 7th heavenly layer. The 3 ancestors of the Tianhe clan all spoke out. From their voices, one of them was a young woman, a middle-aged man, and an old man. They were of different ages. The Tian sect has more than one ancestor. Even if the 3 of us can stall one, who's going to deal with the other ancestors? At this moment, the young woman's voice rang out, however, if we consume 3 ancestral blood pills at once and borrow the power of ancestral awakening, I'm confident that we can stall a 7th heavenly layer expert for an hour. If we use forbidden techniques at all costs, we might even be able to injure him to a certain extent. However, the ancestral blood pills require soil of godblood to refine. Without soil of godblood, the ancestral blood pills would have no need to fear such medicinal properties. Hearing that, the old man added, ancestral blood pills without soil of godblood can only increase our strength by a portion. Moreover, every time we consume them, we'll fall into a period of weakness for a period of time. On the other hand, ancestral blood pills with soil of godblood can not only increase our battle prowess by a heavenly layer, they won't leave behind any drawback. There won't be a period of weakness. It's just that divine blood soil is extremely difficult to obtain. Although the family has some ancestral blood pills refined from divine blood soil, after taking into account the consumption over the years and the deterioration in their quality due to being stored for too long, the family doesn't have much left. Chapter 30:30. The 3 ancestors of the Tianhe clan were in an intense discussion. Their voices were gloomy. It was clear that the Tianzong sect was putting a lot of pressure on them. At this moment, the ancestor with a beautiful voice sighed faintly. Tianzong, O Tianzong, if you want the mystic ice divine metal, put down your lofty status and use something of equivalent value to negotiate with our Tianhe clan. It's not like our Tianhe clan can't give the mystic ice divine metal to you. But you're being so overbearing, using an almost humiliating price to negotiate with our Tianhe clan. How can our Tianhe clan do as you wish? Otherwise, where will the dignity of our Tianhe clan be? Or perhaps the Sky sect has an ulterior motive this time. Their true goal is not the mysterious ice divine metal, but they are using the mysterious ice divine metal as a pretext to make a fuss and have other plans? The other two ancestors shuddered when they heard that. However, after thinking about it carefully, that was not entirely impossible. The urgent matter at hand is to gather as much soil of divine blood as possible and refine a batch of ancestral blood pills as soon as possible. As long as we have enough ancestral blood pills, we'll be able to keep the Tianzong sect in check even if they're plotting something, the elderly ancestor said with a deep voice. It's just that our soil of divine blood comes from the world of the fallen beast. Now that we've lost the foundation of the world of the fallen beast, it won't be easy for us to obtain more soil of divine blood. Even if we buy it from other organizations, they'll only demand an exorbitant price and take advantage of us. The three ancestors of the Tianhe clan became worried when they talked about the soil of divine blood. He Qianqi wishes to see the ancestor for something important. At this moment, an old but excited voice rang out from outside. He Qianqi? What does he have to report now? But what could make him so excited? The three ancestors of the Tianhe clan had already seen through He Qianqi's current emotions. They were immediately puzzled. They had no idea what could make a great elder of the Tianhe clan so excited. He Qianqi was allowed to enter the temple. Inside the temple, He Qianqi bowed respectfully to the three patriarchs and said excitedly, Patriarch Lan, Patriarch Stone, and Patriarch Heaven, this is a joyous occasion. This old man has something to report to the three patriarchs. He Qianqi bowed respectfully to each of the patriarchs as he called out their names. Among them, Ancestor Lan was the woman with the pleasant voice. Stone Ancestor, it was the middle-aged man's voice. As for the last ancestor with the old voice, he was the heavenly ancestor. He Qianqi, if you have something to say, just say it. We are curious as to what kind of joyous occasion could make a great elder of our Tianhe clan lose his composure like this, Ancestor Lan said. Her voice was gentle and extremely pleasant to the ear. Yes, Ancestor Lan. He Qianqi replied respectfully. With a flip of his hand, a large clump of divine blood soil appeared in his hand. Blue Ancestor, Stone Ancestor, Heaven Ancestor, please take a look at this. He Qianqi held the godly blood soil in his hands, his emotions surging. However, in the next moment, the godly blood soil in his hand strangely vanished, reappearing in Ancestor Lan's hand like it had teleported. The three ancestors of the Tianhe clan all stared at the godly blood soil as their presences pulsed. This is godly blood soil? How could there be so much divine blood soil? He Qianqi, where did you obtain this godly blood soil from? The Heaven Ancestor was speechless. Right now, the Tianhe clan was in desperate need of godly blood soil to contend against the Tian sect, yet such a large clump of it had suddenly appeared. Even as a Grand Prime, the Heaven Ancestor struggled to maintain his composure from this unexpected joy. Naturally, I obtained this godly blood soil from an exchange with someone else. However, that person has made some requests, and I can't make a decision on some of them, so I need the ancestors to decide, He Qianqi said proudly. He Qianqi said proudly. He knew that it was a great contribution to his family to obtain so much soil of divine blood. What requests did they make? The hearts of the three ancestors of the Tianhe clan sank slightly when they heard the word requests. Clearly, they were extremely sensitive. They were afraid that the other party would make some unreasonable request. They made 3 requests, and I've already fulfilled one of them. As for the remaining 2, one of them requires a large number of divine blood condensing pills, or pills that can recover essence blood, said He Qianqi. Divine blood condensing pills? Aren't those low-grade divine pills? He took out so much divine blood soil and actually wants to exchange it for a low-grade divine pill like the divine blood condensing pill from our Tianhe clan? When they heard about the divine blood condensing pill, the three ancestors of the Tianhe clan were all stunned. They were full of astonishment. It was not because the divine blood condensing pills were too valuable. It was the exact opposite. The Tianhe clan was powerful and had an alchemy grandmaster, so they could basically have as many divine blood condensing pills as they wanted. What about the last request? Ancestor Lan asked slowly. He Qianqi cleared his throat and looked at Ancestor Lan. He said, "The last request is for Ancestor Lan to teach him alchemy." That's all? Ancestor Stone was stunned. Just these three conditions. Nothing else. He Qianqi said confidently. That's all? He's using 1.5 kilograms of godly blood soil to exchange for such little things? He Qianqi, you're not trying to fool us, are you? Ancestor Heaven's face was filled with doubt. How would I dare to fool Ancestor? It's just that the other party only made 3 requests, He Qianqi said with a bitter smile. Ancestor Lan was silent for a moment before he said, Who is the other party? He actually took out 1.5 kilograms of godly blood soil. Could it be that he doesn't know the value of the godly blood soil? Ancestor, I'm sure you've heard of this person before. He's that Yang Yutian who pretended to be the 7th Hall Master in the realm of the fallen beast and caused havoc in the Dark Star race. According to some of the information this old man possesses, Yang Yutian had quite a good relationship with a clansman of our clan by the name of He Qianqian in the Dark Star realm back then. The reason why he took out so much soil of divine blood this time is likely because of He Qianqian. He Qianqi said carefully. Yang Yutian, it's actually him. No wonder he has so much godly blood soil. In that case, He Qianqian has made a great contribution to the clan, Ancestor Lan murmured. Chapter 30-31. Naturally, the Tianhe clan had no reason to turn down Jianqin's request. They agreed without any hesitation at all. This was because 1.5 kilograms of soil of divine blood was an astronomical price to the Tianhe clan. In particular, it was extremely important during such a sensitive period. On the other hand, none of the 3 conditions Jianqin proposed posed any difficulty to the Tianhe clan at all. As a matter of fact, they did not even need to pay a huge price to achieve it. As a result, the deal was basically like a pie falling from the sky to the 3 ancestors of the Tianhe clan, allowing them to benefit greatly. He Qianqi did not take all the credit for himself either. Under his great support, He Qianqian began to truly gain the trust of the ancestors of the clan. Even the status of He Qianqian's branch in the clan increased drastically. As a peak clan, the Tianhe clan had many people. The various factions were tangled and complicated, so there was obviously no lack of open and hidden strife within the clan. Through this matter, He Qianqian's branch, along with her father's generation, finally began to rise to prominence. That day, after He Qianqi gave the soil of divine blood to the 3 ancestors, he went to the treasury of the clan with the ancestors' letter. He took out a large number of divine blood pills and brought them out of the clan. Afterwards, he personally passed them to Jianqin. There's a total of 170 divine blood pills here. That's all that the clan has. Of course, this is only the first batch of divine blood coagulation pills. At present, our family is already collecting the materials to refine the divine blood coagulation pills. Once the materials are collected, the ancestor will immediately start refining the pills. The second batch will be delivered soon. He Qianqi smiled. He did not even frown when he handed out so many divine blood pills in one go. To the other top forces, if they wanted to take out so many shopping dan in one go, it would indeed be a huge loss. However, to the Tianhe clan, which had an alchemy grandmaster, who could refine large batches of blood coagulation divine pills at any time, this was really nothing. The value of divine blood pills had always been high in the saints' world. Aside from the various materials required to refine them, the most important factor was that there were only so many alchemy grandmasters who could refine divine blood pills in the saint's world. Furthermore, one also had to consider the failure rate of refining pills. After handing over all the blood-congealing divine pills to Jianshan, He Qianqi continued, "Also, regarding your request for Patriarch to personally guide you in concocting pills, Patriarch has agreed. The old ancestor personally said that you can head to the Sky Crane clan at any time. She will personally guide you." Jianshan could clearly feel that He Qianqi's attitude towards him had become much friendlier than before after he returned to Tianhe clan. However, he wasn't surprised because he was very clear about the value of the soil of divine blood. He had used 5 kilograms of soil of divine blood to exchange for this item from the Tianhe clan, so the Tianhe clan naturally profited greatly. And his purpose in doing so was naturally to seize the opportunity to help He Qianqian. With the blood-congealing divine pellet in his hands, Jianshan did not want to stay here any longer. After bidding farewell to He Qianqi, he left in a hurry. He wasn't in a hurry to learn alchemy from the Sky Crane clan's ancestor because he had more important things to do, and that was to restore his primal chaos blood essence. Jianshan used the mask's effect to conceal his aura, then used the law of space to change his location multiple times in the extreme ice province. Finally, he entered a bustling city with an unfamiliar face. After temporarily renting a room, he prepared to restore his primal chaos blood essence. The great hermit lived in the city. He felt that cultivating in seclusion in the wilderness was not necessarily safer than cultivating in the bustling city. Next, Jianshan began a long period of seclusion to recover. He swallowed the blood-congealing divine pellets one after another, transforming them into drops of primal chaos blood essence. Now that he had sufficient blood-congealing divine pellets, the primal chaos blood essence in Jianshan's body was gradually filling up. The loss of strength caused by the loss of primal chaos blood essence was also slowly recovering. Several months later, the first batch of blood-congealing divine pellets that Jianshan had obtained from He Qianqi had been completely depleted. Fortunately, He Qianqi had sent over the second batch of blood-congealing divine pellets in time. Only then could they keep up with Jianshan's consumption. There were only 100 blood-congealing divine pellets in the second batch. Although it was less than the first batch, it was more than enough for Jianshan. Finally, after consuming about 60% of the second batch of blood-congealing divine pellets, Jianshan's primal chaos blood essence finally recovered, allowing him to return to his peak condition. There were still over 30 blood-congealing divine pellets left. Jianshan, who was sitting cross-legged on the jade bed in the guest room enveloped by layers of formations, suddenly stood up. He could not help but reveal a victorious smile when he sensed the seemingly inexhaustible surging power in his body. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. The long-awaited feeling and great power had finally allowed him to regain the confidence that he could deal with anything. In the next moment, Jianshan suddenly vanished. He had left the inn without alarming anyone, leaving the bustling city. The Moon God Hall was rather renowned on the ice pole plain because they had produced Nan Patian. After Nan Patian became a Grand Prime, the Moon God Hall had successfully become one of the most powerful organizations on the ice pole plain. The Moon God Hall sat in a snowy plain of ice in the northern region of the ice pole plain. There were very few people there. Aside from the disciples of the Moon God Hall, who came and went from time to time, there were very few outsiders. This Moon God Hall is actually a high-quality god artifact. At this moment, Jianshan had fused with space 100 kilometers away from the Moon God Hall. He hid himself perfectly as he carefully observed the pure white divine hall that stood silently on the icy plains. Just like its name, the Moon God Hall seemed to have been condensed from the moon in the sky. The entire divine hall shone with gentle moonlight, which glistened under the reflection of the ice and snow in the surroundings. Although it's a high-quality god artifact, it no longer possesses its former glory. The artifact's spirit of the divine hall is no longer present. It's only an empty shell now. It's more symbolic than practical. Jianshan secretly rejoiced. A high-quality god artifact without the artifact's spirit naturally posed less of a threat to him. At this moment, a divine king in the uniform of the moon god hall flew out from the divine hall. He flew off into the distance at a steady pace. Jianshan, who was hidden in space, immediately locked onto this person before silently tailing him. With his laws of space, which had reached the level of an 8th heavenly layer infinite prime, he was naturally unable to be sensed by a mere divine king. As a result, he followed the divine king for several tens of thousand kilometers. Only when he was far away from the moon god hall did he finally appear before the divine king. He gave off the presence of a peak divine king as he acted like he was hurrying towards the moon god hall. He just happened to run into the divine king of the moon god hall. Sir, are you a member of the moon god hall? Jianshan was surprised. He clasped his fist towards the divine king of the moon god hall amicably. Don't you see my attire? Aside from the people of the moon god hall, who would dare to dress like that? The divine king of the moon god hall stared at Jianshan coldly. He was clearly cautious. And who are you? Why have you stopped me? That's great. I've finally met a disciple of the moon god hall. Greetings, junior brother. My name is Umo and I'm a disciple of the moon god. Thus, I'm technically your senior brother, Jianshan said with a smile. Your master is the moon god? Are you the disciple of the South Hall master? Why haven't I heard of you before? The divine king of the moon god hall was filled with doubt. The South Hall master? Haha, master's name is Umo, and I still don't know if master is the South Hall master that junior apprentice brother spoke of. However, I heard from master that he had already stayed in the small world where I was born for nearly 100,000 years. What? You're the disciple of the previous moon god? The divine king of the moon god hall was shocked when he heard that. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out a jade talisman from his space ring and crushed it. Junior, what are you doing? Jianshan stared at the divine king's actions in doubt. A strange light appeared in the eyes of the divine king of the moon god hall. He said with a fake smile, since Senior is the disciple of the previous moon god, your identity is naturally extremely noble. Moreover, it's your first time returning to the moon god hall, so we naturally have to hold a grand welcoming ceremony. As a result, the elders of the moon god hall will personally accompany you. Please wait a moment, Senior. The elders of the moon god hall will personally come to welcome Senior back to the moon god hall. As he said that, the divine king sneered inside. He thought, regardless of whether your identity is real or fake, I have to treat anything related to the previous moon god seriously. This is something that the Great Elder has personally instructed me to do. Chapter 30-32. You're far too polite, junior brother. Oh right, I once heard from Master that he had a daughter. She seems to be called Fairy Haoyue or something. May I ask if Master's daughter is still around? Jianshan continued to ask. The Divine King immediately became even more enthusiastic when he heard Jianshan mention Fairy Haoyue. He said in a hurry, you're right. The previous moon god did have a daughter who called herself Fairy Haoyue. However, due to the difference in status, junior brother obviously does not have the right to know about Fairy Haoyue. However, the elder will be here very soon. You can ask the elder. The elder will definitely know. As he said that, the divine king of the moon god hall became more and more excited. If he still doubted Jianshan's identity as the moon god's disciple before, he believed most of it when Jianshan mentioned Fairy Haoyue. In the moon god hall, any clue regarding the previous moon god would be a great contribution. Now, a person who claimed to be the disciple of the previous moon god had appeared before him for no reason. To the God King of the Moon God Hall of the Moon God Hall, this was basically a pie that had fallen from the sky. This person has probably only appeared recently, or he has only come to the ice pole plane recently. He still doesn't know what has happened to the Moon God Hall in the past few years. The Divine King of the Moon God Hall sneered inside. He looked at Jianchen like he was looking at a corpse. That's right. In his eyes, Jianchen was no different from a dead person. Very soon, a white-haired old man rushed over from the direction of the Moon God Hall. He gave off the presence of a fifth heavenly layer infinite prime. Ding Mao, you said you found clues regarding the previous Moon God. Is that true? The old man asked the Divine King of the Moon God Hall excitedly as soon as he arrived. Reporting to Sixth Elder, this disciple has indeed found clues about the previous Moon God. This person claims to be the disciple of the previous Moon God. Ding Mao was extremely respectful in front of the Moon God Hall's elders. The Sixth Elder's eyes immediately fell on Jianchen. He could tell at a glance that the latter was at the peak of the Divine King realm. His expression immediately turned cold. As a fifth heavenly layer infinite prime, any Divine King was an ant in his eyes. Are you really the disciple of the previous Moon God? The Sixth Elder scrutinized Jianchen with a stern expression. The previous Moon God? Hearing this, Jianchen was confused. He said, I don't know if Master was the previous Moon God or the current Moon God. Anyway, Master said that he was the Lord of the Moon God Hall in the Ice Pole State, which is the Moon God. He never mentioned the previous or the current. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Jianchen's reply, the Sixth Elder raised his head and laughed. Then there's no mistake. When the previous Moon God left, he was still the Moon God Palace Master. The Sixth Elder's eyes suddenly became sharp, as if they had turned into steel needles, wanting to pierce Jianchen's eyes and see all the secrets in his mind. At the same time, he shouted in a low voice, Where is your master now? Master is in a small world, but Master has strict orders that disciples are not allowed to divulge any information about him. I actually snuck out this time. Jianchen seemed to be a little reserved, as if he had not seen much of the world. And you're not allowed to reveal your tracks? Ha ha, but it's not up to you now. The Sixth Elder sneered. With a flash, he arrived before Jianchen. His old hand erupted with tremendous power, gripping Jianchen's shoulder tightly like a pair of pliers. He sealed up all of Jianchen's movements with his strength as a primordial realm expert. Go with the old man. Once you return to the Moon God Hall, tell me in detail where the previous Moon God is hiding, the Sixth Elder sneered. He was about to directly leave with Jianchen, but in the next moment, his face suddenly changed. This was because he discovered to his surprise that the disciple of the previous Moon God he had sealed up was actually as heavy as a mountain. Let alone forcefully bringing him back to the Moon God Hall, even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to move him at all. The Sixth Elder's eyes widened. They were filled with surprise and shock. Naturally, he understood what this meant. It clearly meant that his opponent's strength was on a completely different level from his. It looks like you're on Nan Potion's side. Jianchen no longer continued with his disguise. Both his expression and gaze had become cold. With a gentle sigh, he waved his hand and he, the Sixth Elder, and the Divine King Ding Mao all vanished without a trace. 1,000,000 kilometers away, in a glacial valley that was far below the horizon, an intense cold current wreaked havoc there, forming a thick layer of icy mist that obscured the area. At this moment, there was a ripple in space, and Jianchen silently appeared there with the Sixth Elder and Ding Mao. At the same time, a spatial barrier silently formed, isolating this region from the outside world. This is the Absolute Ice Gorge. Why, you actually brought us from the vicinity of the Moon God Hall to the Absolute Ice Gorge in an instant. Who are you? The Sixth Elder recognized this place with a single glance. Immediately, he was unable to maintain his previous composure and awe-inspiring bearing. His face paled, and he became unprecedentedly stern. What? This is the Absolute Ice Gorge? The Moon God Hall in the Absolute Ice Gorge is nearly 2 million kilometers away. Ding Mao was also greatly frightened, and his heart was filled with fear. Until now, how could he not be able to tell that the identity of the person who claimed to be the disciple of the previous moon god was fake, and that the other party had truly come with ill intentions? I'm Fairy Haoyue's friend. Now that I've heard that she's in trouble, I've specially come to investigate. Jianchen coldly stared at the sixth elder. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, piercing the sixth elder's eyes to the point that they faintly hurt. Answer my question truthfully. If you cooperate well, I might spare your life. Otherwise, you know very well what will happen to you. Before the sixth elder could speak, Ding Mao subconsciously opened his mouth and said in a trembling voice, Fairy Haoyue is already dead. Our moon god hall has Yan Zun behind us. However, as soon as Ding Mao reached there, his body exploded loudly, turning into a mist of blood. The sixth elder was quite frightened by this. Ding Mao was a divine king after all, yet his body had been destroyed for no apparent reason. Even he had failed to see how Jianchen had done it. No, it should be said that Jianchen had not done anything at all, nor had he done anything excessive. Ding Mao's body had just exploded for no reason. This strange sight made the sixth elder, a fifth heavenly layer infinite prime, shiver from the bottom of his heart. This was because he knew that even chaotic primes, let alone infinite primes, did not possess such an ability to kill people at an even higher level. In the eyes of chaotic primes, divine kings were like ants. They could kill them effortlessly, but they needed to move their fingers at the very least. But now, he did not even move a finger, and a god king was gone just like that. The sixth elder gulped and forced himself to say, Senior, you may be powerful, and you may have killed Ding Mao, but there's something I must warn you about. Our moon god hall might be nothing on the ice pole plain, but we have Yan Zun behind us. If you do this, you will offend Yan Zun. It looks like you don't want to cooperate, Jianchen said indifferently. Afterwards, he waved his hand, and dense strands of sword qi immediately condensed in the air, surrounding the sixth elder. After that, the countless sword qis seemed to have formed a huge meat grinder. As they revolved around the sixth elder's shrill screams could be heard. The sixth elder wanted to resist as hard as he could, but before Jianchen, an expert who could rival chaotic primes, he was just a fifth heavenly layer infinite prime. He seemed to be overestimating himself. Soon, the sixth elder's physical body was destroyed, leaving only a faint primordial spirit floating in the air. I will never betray Yan Zun. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to get any information from me. As for your friend Fairy Haoyue, she's already died to the Hall Master's hands. Ha 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 ha. The sixth elder said through his soul as if he did not fear death. If that's the case, then you'll be tortured. Jianchen's voice became even colder. Afterwards, he used martial soul force to target the sixth elder's soul. Even though Jianchen's current martial soul force was still weak, so weak that it was nothing compared to his accomplishments in the way of the sword, his current martial soul force was nothing. However, martial soul force was naturally unique. It targeted the soul. Chapter 30-33. As the black streak of light from Jianchen's martial soul force struck the sixth elder's soul, the sixth elder immediately produced a chilling cry. His soul trembled violently. Clearly, the pain from martial soul force on his soul was far greater than the pain from his body. At the same time, as martial soul force specifically targeted the soul, the pain from the sixth elder's soul when he was struck by martial soul force was incomparable to regular attacks. Jianchen's current martial soul force was still weak. Coupled with the fact that Jianchen could control the strength of the martial soul force, the sixth elder's soul was not completely obliterated. However, the pain that came from the primordial spirit was simply worse than death. Sixth elder, cooperate obediently, and not only will you suffer less, but I can also guarantee you that I won't kill you." Jianshan smiled teasingly. He used martial soul force to attack the sixth elder's soul as he tried to tempt him with words. The sixth elder was an infinite prime after all. He was a member of the upper echelon of the Moon God Hall, so he naturally knew many secrets. He could kill Ding Mao without any hesitation at all, but he was reluctant to kill the sixth elder. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for him to capture a primordial realm expert of the Moon God Hall next time. Ha 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 ha, it doesn't matter who you are or what your background is. You won't be able to escape death if you dare to oppose our Moon God Hall. The Flame Reverend will never spare you, the sixth elder's soul said as he trembled. He was extremely stubborn. Jianshan sneered, "Then I'd like to see how long you can last." Jianshan made up his mind. He used martial soul force constantly, and it immediately caused the sixth elder to produce an earth-shattering cry. Just the cry alone was enough to make people's hairs stand on end. However, the cry was only limited to a small region. It was unable to break through the spatial barrier and reach the outside world. Even the artifact spirit of the medium-quality god artifact could only yield obediently under the ravaging of my martial soul force. I refuse to believe I can't deal with an infinite prime like you. However, compared to the artifact spirit of the medium-quality god artifact back then, the sixth elder clearly paled in comparison. After just 6 hours, he changed from his previous unyielding attitude and completely compromised. I'll talk. Please stop. Stop torturing me. I can't last any longer. I really can't last any longer." The sixth elder's soul sobbed. He was extremely weak. "If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Let me ask you something. How is Fairy Haoyue right now? Has he really died like the rumors say?" Jian Chun immediately began to interrogate him. I only know that the Hall Master personally went to hunt down Fairy Haoyue and engaged in a short battle with her. The final outcome is unknown. However, with the leader's strength, Fairy Haoyue's fate is obvious." Afterwards, Jianshan asked many questions about the Moon God Hall. The sixth elder became obedient as well, answering all of Jianshan's questions without holding back. Jianshan learnt about the full strength of the Moon God Hall from the sixth elder. Apart from the leader of the Moon God Hall, Nan Patian, who was rumored to have died to the Empyrean Demon Lord, the Moon God Hall possessed 7 chaotic primes and over 20 infinite primes. This kind of power was much stronger than when the previous Moon God was still alive. This was because some of the chaotic primes and infinite primes had only been absorbed after Nan Patian had become a grand prime. Although everyone says that our Moon God Hall's Hall Master has fallen, our Moon God Hall hasn't been shaken because of this. That's because almost all of the upper echelons of our Moon God Hall know that we have a peerless expert like Yen Zun behind us. Don't tell me the previous Moon God doesn't have any trusted aides? Jianshan asked. There's no one left. The trusted aides from the past, all the people who did not submit to the leader of the South Hall, have all been purged aside from a great elder. Great elder? Tell me in detail. Jianshan's face changed. He's called Yun Wufeng. Although he's not the strongest in the Moon God Hall, he's the most senior. Whether it's the previous Moon God or the leader of the South Hall, they've all received his guidance in the past. In other words, the Great Elder Yun Wufeng is half a master to them. The Great Elder Yun Wufeng has always stood firmly by the previous Moon God's side. However, perhaps because the leader of the South Hall was indebted to him in the past, the leader of the South Hall did not do anything to the Great Elder Yun Wufeng. She only imprisoned him in the Moon Burial Cave. The Moon Burial Cave is a type of prison set up in the depths of the Moon God Hall. As for the daughter of the previous Moon God, Fairy Haoyue, she was discovered because she had infiltrated the Moon Burial Cave in an attempt to save Yun Wufeng. Before long, Jianshan left the Absolute Ice Gorge. He was the only one there. The sixth elder was nowhere to be seen. However, when Jianshan appeared again, he had already assumed the appearance of the sixth elder. Not only was his appearance and presence the same, but even his attire was the same as the sixth elder's. Aside from the leader of the South Hall, the most powerful person in the Moon God Hall is the Great Elder Gu Wanshan. He's a seventh heavenly layer chaotic prime. However, Gu Wanshan has already left for many years. He seems to have gone elsewhere to deal with some urgent matter. Aside from Gu Wanshan, the two great elders of the fifth and sixth heavenly layer chaotic primes of the Moon God Hall have gone out many years ago to investigate whether the leader of the South Hall is truly dead. As a result, only 4 of the 7 great elders remain in the Moon God Hall, including Yun Wufeng. The sixth elder's voice rang out in Jianshan's head. Jianshan fulfilled his promise. He did not kill the sixth elder. Instead, he allowed the sixth elder's soul to survive. Afterwards, he stored it in the sixth elder's head through a method akin to possession, hiding it temporarily. Of course, the sixth elder's extremely weak soul was unable to cause any trouble before Jianshan. Very soon, Jianshan swaggered into the Moon God Hall as the sixth elder. All the disciples of the Moon God Hall along the way bowed to Jianshan politely. Greetings, sixth elder. Jianshan secretly communicated with the sixth elder. Through the sixth elder's guidance, he arrived in the core region of the Moon God Hall very soon. The rest of the region was where the elders resided. Lead the way. I want to save Yun Wufeng, Jianshan said to the sixth elder. Chapter 30-34. The secret medallion is the key. It can open the entrance to the Moon Burial Cave. Aside from Great Elder Yun Wufeng, all the other great elders in our Moon God Hall possess one, said the sixth elder. Do you have any methods to obtain the medallion from the great elders? Jianshan frowned. That's probably a certain level of difficulty. Us elders usually don't go to the Moon Burial Cave. If we go and ask for the medallion from the great elders rashly, it'll only raise suspicions, the sixth elder said in a troubled manner. A cold light immediately flashed through Jianshan's eyes when he heard that. He said, since we can't obtain the medallion through normal methods, we can only use abnormal methods to obtain it. The great elders of the Moon God Hall have all sided with Nan Patian anyway. They've become the enemies of Fairy Haoyu. Their deaths are nothing to be regretted. Sixth elder, find a way for me to approach the weakest great elder of the Moon God Hall. Yes, senior. The weakest great elder of the Moon God Hall is Hong Maching. He's a first heavenly layer chaotic prime. He joined the Moon God Hall several thousand years ago under the invitation of the South Hall Master. The sixth elder's feeble soul hid in Jianshan's head, constantly providing him with various information regarding the Moon God Hall. Perhaps it was because he deeply feared Jianshan's martial soul force, which was why he did everything he could along the way. He did not dare to play any tricks at all. With the cooperation of the sixth elder, who knew the Moon God Hall like the back of his hand, Jianshan's journey through the Moon God Hall was extremely smooth. Even when they passed by some checkpoints with powerful formations, the sixth elder would teach them how to open them. Only the elder's medallion can open up the 10th floor of the Moon God Hall and above. My space ring is with you, so take out my medallion. There are many forks at the end of the passage. Each path leads to a different area. We have to take the third path from the left. This is called the 1000-level corridor. If you follow the corridor up, you will reach Grand Elder Hong Maching's place of seclusion. I am an elder of the Moon God Hall and have a very high position in the Moon God Hall. Thus, I can directly meet Grand Elder. The interior of the Moon God Temple was extremely large, as if it was a small world. Jianshan followed the sixth elder's guidance and quickly arrived at his destination. What appeared in front of him was a garden with a pleasant scenery. All kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures were planted, and they emitted a strong fragrance that made one feel relaxed and happy. With a glance, Jianshan discovered that the heavenly resources were not of very high quality. None of them had reached the god tier. To chaotic primes, these heavenly resources were more ornamental than practical. At the very center of the garden was a small courtyard. As expected, Jianshan sensed the presence of a first heavenly layer chaotic prime from there. Sixth Elder, why have you suddenly come to this king's place? Do you have something to report? At the same time, an enchanting voice rang out from the small courtyard. It seemed to be able to incite the most primitive flames of desire. This is Grand Elder Hong Maching. The relationship between Grand Elder Hong Maching and Palace Master Nan is a little unusual. She should be the most important person by Palace Master Nan's side. Sixth Elder's voice rang out. Jianshan immediately assumed the role of the Sixth Elder. He bowed politely and clasped his fist. Great Elder, I have something important to report. This king is very curious about something that even an elder of my Moon God Hall considers important. Tell me about it. Grand Elder Hong Maching's voice rang out from the courtyard. Jianshan lowered his head as a smear of confusion appeared in his eyes. He did not speak directly. Instead, he said secretly, Great Elder, I've just received a secret message. The Hall Master might still be alive. With that, the pressure of a chaotic prime suddenly stopped. A middle-aged woman in a red dress suddenly appeared before Jianshan. She had a graceful figure and was enchanting. Even though she was already past her middle years, it only made her seem more mature. She was extremely lethal. She was the Great Elder of the Moon God Hall, Hong Maching. Nan Patian is still alive? Is there any other news? Hong Maching stared at Jianshan fixedly. Jianshan nodded and said cautiously, Please activate the formation here, Great Elder. I'm afraid that the secret message will leak. Hong Maching did not doubt him. She immediately waved her hands, and a powerful formation immediately appeared. The formation did not possess any offensive or defensive abilities, but it could block out everything. However, as soon as the formation formed, an extremely powerful sword intent suddenly appeared, causing Hong Maching's face to change drastically. Afterwards, she saw a tiny strand of sword chi the size of a finger hovering above the Sixth Elder's head with a single glance. You! Hong Maching's eyes rapidly narrowed. She could sense a fatal threat from the strand of sword chi. She instinctively wanted to ask about the Sixth Elder's identity, but as soon as she said that, the strand of sword chi above Jianshan's head suddenly arrived. It shot into Hong Maching's forehead with indescribable speed. Jianshan moved extremely quickly. Clearly, he wanted to deal with Hong Maching as quickly and cleanly as possible, so as to avoid a fight that would attract the attention of the other great elders of the Moon God Hall. Boom! Hong Maching only felt her head rumble. Afterwards, she basically lost consciousness. Her soul that was as powerful as a chaotic prime immediately dispersed by 80% from the attack of the sword chi. Hong Maching did not just feel pain from such a heavy injury. She fainted as well. Or in other words, the intense pain caused her soul to become numb immediately. She lost all her senses. Hong Maching collapsed. Jianshan's strand of profound sword chi failed to directly wipe out her soul, but it did disperse 80% of it. A strand of profound sword chi is almost enough to kill a first heavenly layer chaotic prime. It's even more powerful than I expected. Jianshan was satisfied with the results of the attack. In the past, his profound sword chi was unable to do anything to the Dark Star Emperor in the Dark Star world because the bronze lamp protected his soul. However, this was the first time he had used profound sword chi against a chaotic prime after breaking through with the laws of the sword. In the past, my profound sword chi could only injure the souls of chaotic primes to a certain extent in the Gloomwater sect. Now it can basically directly kill some weaker chaotic primes. Jianshan rejoiced inside, but he did not slow down at all. He extended his hand, and a streak of light immediately condensed. It directly pierced Hong Maching's soul. Under Jianshan's final attack, the remaining 80% of Hong Maching's soul was dispersed in a single instance. She was completely wiped out. With her strength as a first heavenly layer chaotic prime, she did not even have the chance to fight back before dying. Although I've wasted a strand of profound sword chi, I have no choice but to do this if I want to deal with a chaotic prime cleanly. Otherwise, once we start fighting, it'll cause a huge disturbance, thought Jianchun. He took away Hong Maching's space ring and found the medallion that the sixth elder had spoken about, just as he had expected. Chapter 30-35. Inside the Moon Divine Hall, no one knew that Hong Maching, one of the three elders overseeing the Moon Divine Hall, had completely died. Everything in the Moon Divine Hall was as usual, as if nothing had happened. It was silently operating in its own way. As for Jianchun, his disguise as the sixth elder was truly flawless in the Moon God Hall due to the secret cooperation of the sixth elder. No one discovered anything strange. He swaggered through the Moon God Hall as the sixth elder. He was unobstructed along the way, directly making his way to the very bottom of the Moon God Hall. Greetings to the sixth elder! Greetings to the sixth elder! Voices like that rang out from time to time in the Moon God Hall. Jianchun had no idea how many disciples of the Moon God Hall he came across along the way. He even came across a few other elders who were also infinite primes. They actually took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Jianchun. If it were not for the sixth elder secretly cooperating with Jianchun, Jianchun's disguise might have been exposed. After all, this was the Saint's world and not the Dark Star world. The Saint's world was filled with schemes and schemes, so basically all the primordial realm experts who had grown up in the Saint's world had seen various schemes and schemes. They were not as easy to fool as the primordial realm experts of the Dark Star world. Sixth Elder, we still have matters to attend to, so we'll be bidding farewell first. When we have time next time, we have to have a few good drinks. In the end, Jianchun successfully extricated himself from the situation. The rest of the journey was smooth. Under the sixth elder's guidance, Jianchun ventured into the depths of the Moon God Hall and arrived before a stone wall in the end. We're here. It's here. There's a hidden door here that will only appear through the medallion. Behind the door is Moon Burial Cave. The sixth elder's voice rang out in Jianchun's head. Immediately, he seemed to think of something. The weak soul hidden in Jianchun could not help but tremble. He said in a voice filled with fear and worry, "Senior, I have obediently listened to all of your orders along the way. I hope you can keep your promise and spare my life on account of how difficult it was for me to reach this level of cultivation. Don't worry. Since I said I wouldn't kill you, I won't go back on my word," Jianchun said in an indifferent tone. His eyes were carefully sizing up the wall in front of him. With his current eyesight, he could naturally tell that the wall was a part of the Moon God Hall. The material was extremely tough, and unless one possessed the terrifying battle prowess to destroy a high-quality god artifact, it was impossible to break through the wall with brute force. Jianchun failed to see through the so-called door that led to Moon Burial Cave hidden in the wall at all. As Jianchun studied the wall, the sixth elder secretly let out a sigh of relief. Jianchun's promise of sparing his life had finally allowed him to find some comfort. He thought inside, this senior killed a chaotic prime in a single instance. In his eyes, a mere fifth heavenly layer infinite prime like me is naturally less than an ant. Why would he go back on his word to a nobody like me? It looks like I was worrying too much. Although I've betrayed the Moon God Hall this time, at the very least, I don't have to suffer the torment of being unable to live or die. I've even managed to keep my life. If worse comes to worst, the old man can just leave the Moon God Hall and join another peak organization on another plane. Looks like I really do need a secret token. With a flip of his hand, Jianchun took out the medallion he had obtained from Hong Maching. As soon as the token appeared, it resonated with the wall in front of him. The next moment, the smooth, jade-like wall suddenly split from the middle, and a door silently appeared. Jianchun did not enter immediately. Instead, he probed it with the senses of his soul first. Only after discovering that it really was a prison did he enter without any worries. There were many cells scattered across Moon Burial Cave, but all of them were empty. Only when Jianchen arrived at the end of the cave did he finally see a disheveled old man in tattered clothes. He sat in a dark corner by himself. "Senior, it's him. It's him. He's Yun Wufeng. He's been imprisoned here by the South Hall Master for several tens of thousand years." The sixth elder's voice became rather mixed when he mentioned Yun Wufeng. It was filled with melancholy. This was because the person before him was half a master to the previous moon god and the South Hall Master, yet he had been reduced to such a state today. Jianchen walked towards Yun Wufeng step by step like an ordinary person. He could clearly sense the heavy presence of a chaotic prime from Yun Wufeng, which was roughly equivalent to the sixth heavenly layer. However, the presence had declined rather severely. Very soon, Jianchen arrived before Great Elder Yun Wufeng. He did not hide himself at all, but Yun Wufeng did not seem to discover Jianchen's existence at all. He continued to sit there alone with his eyes closed. There was a crimson vine wrapped around his body. One end of the vine went deep into the ground, while the other end pierced through his shoulder blade, binding him there. "This is a Hell's Ghost Vine?" Jianchen's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the crimson vine. The underworld ghost rattan was a special kind of plant. Not only was its vitality extremely strong, but it was also very difficult to kill. Most importantly, the underworld ghost rattan contained an evil energy. Once someone was bound by the underworld ghost rattan, they would be tortured by this evil energy at all times. Not only could the evil power harm a person's body, but it could also corrode the soul. It was specially used to torture people. Yun Wufeng was half a master to Nan Patian after all, yet Nan Patian treated him like this. This immediately angered Jianchen. "Senior," Jianchen called out gently. However, he did not receive any response. Yun Wufeng continued to sit there without moving at all, as if he had entered a meditative state. He had lost all sense of the outside world. However, Jianchen knew that Yun Wufeng was extremely clear-headed, and he knew about his arrival like the back of his hand. The reason why he did not react at all was because his heart was basically dead. This was the result of having gone through heart-wrenching torture and not being able to walk out from the pain. At that moment, Jianchen felt deep sympathy for Yun Wufeng. Chapter 30-36. Yun Wufeng finally reacted when he heard Fairy Haoyue. His eyes suddenly snapped open, and the light in his eyes dimmed. They were gloomy. It was as if there was nothing in this world that Yun Wufeng was reluctant to leave, and the only thing that was rooted in his heart was deep pain. "What did you say? You're Yuer's friend? Do you have any proof? And how is Yuer right now?" Only when he mentioned Yuer did Yun Wufeng's gloomy eyes light up slightly, and his voice became rather urgent. Jianchen naturally understood that the Yuer Yun Wufeng spoke of was Fairy Haoyue. "We don't know if Fairy Haoyue is still alive. It's rumored that she's already met with misfortune. Senior, I still don't have any way to prove my identity right now, but that's no longer important. Let me take you away from here first," said Jian Wushuang. He had killed a great elder of the Moon God Hall, so no one knew how long he could keep this a secret. As a result, he needed to leave as soon as possible, or the situation might change if he delayed any longer. "Has Yuer also met with misfortune?" Yun Wufeng murmured as pain filled his eyes. When he saw Jianchen about to cut off the Hell's Ghost Vine around him, he immediately stopped him. "Don't touch the Hell's Ghost Vine. Once you touch it, all the chaotic primes in the Moon God Hall will immediately know. When Yuer tried to save me in the past, she touched the Hell's Ghost Vine, which exposed her. God damn it. I actually failed to sense that they had already done something to the Hell's Ghost Vine back then. Otherwise, it would have been me who harmed Yuer." Yun Wufeng's face was filled with sorrow as he felt regret. "Don't you need a secret token to enter this place? Only great elders who are chaotic primes have a secret token, so how did Fairy Haoyue get in here?" Jianchen was curious. "Senior, Fairy Haoyue's identity is special. She's the daughter of the previous moon god, so she's more familiar with the moon god hall than anyone else. Aside from a few particularly well-hidden forbidden grounds, there's nowhere in the moon god hall that Fairy Haoyue can't go. This time, the sixth elder's soul explained to Jianchen. Jianchen came to a realization. Afterwards, he said to Yun Wufeng, "Senior, please wait. I'll be right back." With that, Jianchen turned around and left. "What are you going to do?" Yun Wufeng sensed the flash of light in Jianchen's eyes with his sharp senses. He seemed to realize something, and he was immediately surprised. Jianchen paused and said, "If I want to save Senior, I obviously need to cut through the Hell's Ghost Vine first. With the characteristics of the Hell's Ghost Vine, it can't be cut through in a short amount of time. Moreover, they've done something to the Hell's Ghost Vine, so the experts of the Moon God Hall will know once you touch it." A cold light flickered through Jianchen's eyes. He looked back at Yun Wufeng and said, "Instead of letting the chaotic primes of the Moon God Hall make preparations to kill their way here, why don't we just kill them while they're unprepared? They're the pillars of the Moon God Hall, whatever." Yun Wufeng was rather reluctant, but he seemed to think of something soon afterwards. He let out a long sigh and said nothing more. After leaving the Moon Burial Cavern, Jianchen continued to disguise himself as the sixth elder and made his way to the core of the Moon God Hall. There are a total of 7 chaotic primes in the Moon God Hall. 1 is a late chaotic prime, 3 are mid-chaotic primes, and 3 are early chaotic primes. The strongest among them had left the Ice Pole province many years ago. Apart from Yun Wufeng, the other 2 were not in the Moon God Hall. As a result, the 3 chaotic primes in the Moon God Hall are all early chaotic primes. Apart from Hong Maching, who's the weakest, being a first heavenly layer chaotic prime, the other 2 are second heavenly layer chaotic primes. They should all possess an emergency communication method. Once something major happens, they'll be able to contact the chaotic primes outside. As a result, I have to kill the 2 of them this time, just like how I killed Hong Maching. I have to use the profound sword chi when they're unprepared. Only then can I stop them from sending messages without causing any commotion. Jianchen pondered silently as he made his way forward. It did not take long before he arrived at the place where one of the High Elders was cultivating. The Grand Elders of the Moon God Hall were not gathered together. Each of them occupied a relatively large area as a place to cultivate. They were all very far away from each other, and did not disturb each other. As a result, this made it easier for Jianchen to deal with them one by one. Sixth Elder, Master is currently refining a cauldron of low-grade god pills. He has specially ordered that no one is to disturb him. When Jianchen arrived at the place where one of the great elders cultivated under the sixth elder's secret guidance, he was stopped by a middle-aged man who was a divine king. "I have something extremely important to report to the great elder. It's extremely urgent and requires no delay," Jianchen said as the sixth elder as if he was in a hurry. "This." The middle-aged man who was guarding outside had a troubled look on his face. "My disciple, bring the sixth elder in." At this moment, an old voice rang out from inside. The great elder had personally spoken. "Sixth elder, please come with me." The middle-aged man immediately led Jianchen inside. In the end, they entered a secret room. This secret room was clearly a place for refining pills. Earth fire surged here, and the temperature of the entire secret room was extremely high. In the center of the secret room, there was a black-robed old man sitting cross-legged in front of a huge pill furnace, concentrating on refining a divine pill. "Sixth Elder, what do you have to report?" the great elder asked. He stared at the cauldron before him the entire time. All of his attention was focused on the cauldron before him. He had already lowered his wariness towards the outside world. Jianchen immediately gave up on the idea of using the profound sword chi when he saw this. In the next moment, the 9-star sword of heavenly ways silently appeared in his hand. It erupted with a surging streak of light that instantly slashed towards the great elder's head. All of this happened too suddenly. The great elder who was refining pills had placed all of his attention on the cauldron. He had never thought that the sixth elder before him would be an impostor, nor did he think that he would suffer such an assassination attempt in the headquarters of the Moon God Hall. The great elder's face changed drastically. He no longer cared about the cauldron before him. He lowered his head as quickly as he could and did everything he could to avoid the fatal strike that could directly obliterate the soul. However, Jianshan's strike was just too fast. Coupled with the assistance of the laws of space, the strike that was already as fast as lightning became even more thunderous. Coupled with the fact that one of them was charging up while the other was completely unguarded, the great elder was unable to avoid the fatal strike even after using all of his strength. Spurt. Illusionary stars appeared on the 9-star sword of heavenly ways, directly piercing the great elder's head. At that point, the great elder's fate was sealed. His soul had been obliterated by the powerful sword Qi. As for his disciple, Jianshan naturally could not let him leave alive. He followed in the great elder's footsteps very soon. There's one last person left. Jianshan's confidence swelled after saving a strand of profound sword Qi. He did not stay for even a moment longer, immediately hurrying off to the final location. Before long, the final great elder who remained behind was slain easily by Jianshan after using a strand of profound sword Qi. Even though he was a second heavenly layer chaotic prime and his soul was even more powerful than Hong Maching's, it had not changed at all. As a result, he had basically lost all ability to resist after being struck by the strand of profound sword Qi. Chapter 30-37. After using 2 strands of profound sword Qi, I only have half of the power of my soul left. Jianshan rummaged through his space ring before taking out a few pills to recover the power of the soul and swallowing them. He then continued on his way to the Moon Burial Cave as the sixth elder. None of the numerous disciples in the Moon God Hall knew that the 3 grand elders in charge of the Moon God Hall had already been silently killed by someone. In the depths of Moon Burial Cave, Yun Wufeng stared blankly at the ceiling as he recalled everything he had gone through in the past few years. He recalled the great changes that had befallen the Moon God Hall, as well as the torture and suffering he had endured while imprisoned here. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. At this moment, a wave of undisguised footsteps resounded. It was extremely ear-piercing in this deathly silent Moon Burial Cave. Yun Wufeng subconsciously raised his head and saw Jianshan striding over. Only then did some divine light return to his aged eyes. "Did you make a move?" Yun Wufeng spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. He felt bitter in his heart as he spoke. The 3 grand elders in charge of the Moon God Hall have all fallen. Now, I can safely remove the bindings of the underworld ghost Rattan for Senior, Jianshan said indifferently. Yun Wufeng let out a long sigh. There was unconcealable grief on his face. After all, some of the great elders that had fallen were old friends that he had worked with for many years. Now that he knew that his old friend had passed away, Yun Wufeng felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. "Senior, think about the Netherworld's ghost Rattan on you, and think about what happened to Fairy Haoyue. Is it worth feeling grief for those people? In my opinion, they deserve to die. Let alone me, even if Fairy Haoyue was here, she would definitely not let these people go when she was strong enough," said Jianshan. He crouched down beside Yun Wufeng, preparing to destroy the underworld ghost Rattan. The Nether Ghost Rattan belonged to the Nether Ghost Rattan category. Due to its unique characteristics, it possessed an extremely strong toughness and defensive ability. If one were to use brute force to destroy it, it would be very difficult to cut it apart unless one possessed absolute strength to crush it. Since the underworld ghost Rattan could restrain Yun Wufeng, who was a mid-chaotic prime, it went without saying that it had reached a corresponding level. As a result, Jianshan was unable to sever it with brute force in a short amount of time. He could only restrain it. "Sigh, that's true. These people, they all deserve it. Even though he said that, Yun Wufeng was still rather dispirited. He was in low spirits, and he did not have the excitement he should have when he was about to break free. Jian Chun arrived behind Yun Wufeng and ignited his chaotic force with a secret technique. He began to incinerate the Hell Ghost Vine with chaotic flames. Fire was the bane of evil-type plants like the underworld ghost rattan, let alone the fact that Jianchen possessed the chaotic flames. Although the chaotic flames were nowhere close to being true chaotic flames, and Jianchen's chaotic force had not reached its peak due to the level of his chaotic force, it was still far more powerful than regular flames. Immediately, the underworld ghost rattan began to twist violently under the burning of the chaotic flames. Vaguely, it seemed to emit the cries of an infant. Clearly, the underworld ghost rattan possessed some basic intelligence since it had reached such a level. The burning of the chaotic flames brought it great pain. However, even with that being the case, the vines around Yun Wufeng showed no signs of retreating. Instead, they tightened around him. At the same time, cold energy surged from the underworld ghost rattan in an attempt to fend off the chaotic flames. Yun Wufeng closed his eyes as his facial muscles twitched unnaturally. The underworld ghost rattan's full resistance caused him unprecedented pain. Just as Jianchen did his best to free Yun Wufeng from the underworld ghost rattan, a small, silver, droplet-shaped spaceship shot through the dark space as a resplendent streak of light in the vast outer space of the ice pole plain. It directly entered the region of the ice pole plain and made its way towards the Moon God Hall. Before long, the droplet of silver spaceship stopped firmly in front of the majestic entrance of the Moon God Hall. As the door of the spaceship opened, a skinny old man in silver robes emerged from within. Immediately, many disciples ran out from the Moon God Hall. There were even a few infinite prime elders among them. They all arrived before the old man who had just emerged from the spaceship politely and said politely, "Thank you for your help. Greetings to the great elder. Congratulations on your return. All right. You're all dismissed," the silver-robed old man said indifferently. He seemed rather cold. He was the leader of the 7 great elders of the Moon God Hall, Yu Wuguang. He was a 7th heavenly layer chaotic prime. In the Moon God Hall, Yu Wuguang was truly an existence that stood above everyone else. He possessed supreme authority. Yes, great elder. The disciples of the Moon God Hall all backed away. Yu Wuguang stowed the spaceship away and entered the Moon God Hall. However, he did not return to where he cultivated. Instead, he directly made his way to the residence of the great elder who was skilled in alchemy. "Old Lu, have you finished refining my pill?" Yu Wuguang called out from afar, but he received no reply. However, he did not mind. He directly entered Elder Lu's secret room. Flames surged in the secret room. Elder Lu continued to refine the pill, which was not damaged at all. However, Elder Lu was nowhere to be seen. There's the smell of blood." However, the moment he entered the secret chamber, Yu Wuguang furrowed his brows and his pupils shrunk. He found bloodstains that had dried up due to the high temperature in the corner of the secret chamber. Yu Wuguang's expression suddenly changed. Immediately, his divine senses spread out in all directions, completely covering Elder Lu's place of seclusion. After finding nothing, he quickly rushed to the other Grand Elder, Hong Maching's place of seclusion. Here, Yu Wuguang also found a ball of blood that had not dried up yet. With a glance, he determined that this blood belonged to Hong Maching. Oh no! Yu Wuguang immediately sensed that something was wrong after discovering traces of blood in the residences of 2 great elders. In the next moment, he arrived at the residence of the 3rd great elder as quickly as he could. In the end, the situation was obviously the same as the first 2. None of the 3 great elders who stayed behind in the Moon God Hall were seen. They all left behind traces of blood in their residences. Suddenly, the soil on the ground burst open, and a root of the Hell Ghost Vine emerged from the ground. It swayed wildly in the air as it produced a baby-like cry. The face of the first great elder of the Moon God Hall, Yu Wuguang, immediately became extremely sunken when he saw the Hell Ghost Vine. Killing intent surged. Something has actually happened to Moon Burial Cave. Who is so bold? Yu Wuguang bellowed out, and the tremendous presence of a late chaotic prime suddenly erupted. He seemed to have turned into a huge storm of energy, rushing towards Moon Burial Cave with surging energy. P.S. In the chapter where Jianchen first met He Chanqian, Xiaoyao made a mistake and mixed up the names Yang Yutian and Chang Yang. Chapter 30-38. An enemy has infiltrated the Moon God Hall. All disciples of the Moon God Hall, be on guard. All elders, head to the Moon Burial Cave immediately. Yu Wuguang's furious voice rang throughout the entire Moon God Hall as he charged towards the Moon Burial Cave. What? An enemy has infiltrated? Why didn't I sense anything? That's the Great Elder's voice. Since the Great Elder has personally said that there's an enemy, it must be true. Quick, gather all disciples. Begin guarding the formation and close the entrance of the Moon God Hall. With Yu Wuguang's order, the peaceful Moon God Hall immediately became bustling with people. Presences erupted from various regions of the Moon God Hall. Their cultivations ranged from godhood to infinite primes. Many cultivators who were in seclusion or cultivating in the Moon God Hall chose to emerge at that moment and follow Yu Wuguang's orders. Some disciples even used secret techniques to close the entrance of the Moon God Hall. Hold on, don't close the entrance yet. Let's see the strength of the enemy who has infiltrated our Moon God Hall first. If they're so powerful that we can't deal with them, wouldn't we be digging our own graves by closing the entrance? When the door of the Moon God Hall was about to close, an infinite prime elder flew over and said sternly. Yu Wuguang arrived at the entrance of Moon Burial Cave. He took out a medallion and opened the entrance before charging in quickly. Behind him were over a dozen elders who were infinite primes. At the same time, Jianchen's chaotic flames incinerated the Hell's Ghost Vine in the depths of Moon Burial Cave. The Hell's Ghost Vine wrapped around Yun Wufeng became weaker and weaker as it was burned away by Jianchen's chaotic flames. It was about to snap completely. At this moment, Yun Wufeng seemed to sense something. His eyes snapped open and he was stern. He said sternly, "Oh no, we've been discovered. A large number of experts of the Moon God Hall are hurrying over. Hold on, this is Yu Wuguang's presence. He's actually returned." The first Grand Elder of the Moon God Hall, Yu Wuguang? Jianchen's voice came from behind as his brows furrowed together. That's right. It's him. He's a 7th heavenly layer chaotic prime. He's completely loyal to Nan Patian and has submitted to the Flame Reverend. I never thought he'd return at a time like this. We're in trouble now, Yun Wufeng said with an ugly expression. Senior, how much strength do you still have? Jianchen asked calmly. In his peak condition, the old man was a 6th heavenly layer chaotic prime, but after being tortured by the Hell Ghost Rattan for all these years, his strength has declined. He's only equivalent to a 5th heavenly layer chaotic prime now, said Yun Wufeng. However, he soon let out a long sigh and said, however, old man was no match for Yu Wuguang even at his peak, let alone now. Sir, old man is eternally grateful for your assistance. Later, old man will do his best to keep Yu Wuguang busy, so do your best to escape. Yun Wufeng had already roughly estimated Jianchen's strength from the chaotic flames that Jianchen had used. Let alone Yu Wuguang, Jianchen could not even defeat him. As a result, Yun Wufeng gave up on the thought of escaping. Senior, you don't have to be discouraged. So what if Yu Wuguang is a 7th heavenly layer chaotic prime? As long as Senior works with me and we work together, we can heavily injure him even if we can't kill him, said Yun Wufeng. At the same time, he increased the intensity of the chaotic flames. In the end, with a painful wail, the nether ghost vine around Yun Wufeng was completely burnt away. Yun Wufeng had finally regained his freedom after being bound for so many years. Senior, it'll all be up to you whether we can heavily injure Yu Wuguang later. Consume this pill first and recover your vitality. Jianshan passed a pill to Yun Wufeng. He had obtained this pill from the Wind Venerable. It was specially used for healing. It was a supreme pill for healing. Jianshan only had a total of 3 of these pills on him. This is a high-grade god pill, a life-stealing pill. Even Grand Primes treat these pills as treasures. Every single one of them is priceless. This is just far too valuable. Yun Wufeng was immediately moved when he saw the pill. After all, this was something from the Wind Venerable. How could it be ordinary? Senior, danger has descended. Surviving this crisis is of utmost importance, so please consume it quickly, Jianshan said sternly. All right then. Yun Wufeng hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the divine pill. Immediately, his injuries healed at an unbelievable rate. Just who is bold enough to infiltrate our Moon God Hall and kidnap people? At this moment, a cold snort rang out. The silver-robed Yu Wuguang appeared before Yun Wufeng and Jianshan with over a dozen infinite prime elders. Yu Wuguang glanced past Yun Wufeng indifferently before looking at Jianshan. He said coldly, "You're not the 6th elder at all. Speak, who are you?" With that, a tremendous presence radiated from Yu Wuguang, crushing down on Jianshan in an overwhelming manner. Yun Wufeng did not know Jianshan's exact battle prowess. He could only vaguely sense that Jianshan's strength was not as great as he had imagined it to be. As a result, Yun Wufeng took the initiative to block Jianshan when he faced Yu Wuguang's presence. He endured the presence and faced off against Yu Wuguang from afar. However, Yun Wufeng lost the upper hand due to the difference in cultivation. As for Jianshan, he explained a few things to Yun Wufeng secretly. In the end, he said, "Senior, do you remember what I said?" Yun Wufeng nodded slightly. He glanced at the elders behind Yu Wuguang and said, "Many of you have fought with the Moon Goddess in the past. I never thought that you would be clashing with Old Man now. Old Man really doesn't want to become enemies with you. Are there any of you who are willing to back out?" "Why should we back out? Only by following the Flame Reverend can our Moon God Hall become a supreme organization that no one dares to provoke on the Ice Pole Plain. Only under the illumination of the Flame Reverend can our Moon God Hall reach unimaginable glory." "Great Elder, why are you so stubborn? Great Elder, you're too inflexible and inflexible. Why don't you join us? I believe that under the Flame Reverend's lead, our Moon God Hall will become more and more powerful." A few infinite prime elders all spoke up. As soon as the Flame Reverend was mentioned, all of their eyes burned with desire. They were filled with longing and yearning for the future they imagined. Chapter 30-39. Even though Great Elder Yun Wufeng had already expected this outcome, he was still disappointed when the truth was placed before him. He was still greatly disappointed. Since you've all made up your minds to betray the Moon God Hall, Old Man will have nothing to do with you in the future. He will be dealt with as a traitor. Today, Old Man will be cleaning up the Moon God Hall." Yun Wufeng's gaze became cold. Yu Wuguang could not help but laugh aloud when he heard that. His presence leaked out, and his silver robes fluttered despite the lack of wind. He looked at Yun Wufeng scornfully and said, "Yun Wufeng, you've probably lost your mind after being locked up here for so many years. Or perhaps you've become delirious from the torture of the underworld ghost vine. You can't differentiate reality anymore. Otherwise, why would you say something so absurd? Why don't you take a look at your current situation? Do you really think that you can still do whatever you want in the Moon God Hall with your current strength and status as a prisoner? Cleaning up the Moon God Hall? What a joke! What a joke! The Great Elder is right. Yun Wufeng, don't forget that you're no longer the Great Elder of our Moon God Hall. You're just a prisoner now, Yun Wufeng. You can't even protect yourself, yet you want to clean up the Moon God Hall? What are you going to use to clean up the Moon God Hall? Do you have the ability to do that? If it weren't for the fact that the leader of the Moon God Hall still cared about you, Yun Wufeng, how could you still be alive right now? As soon as Yu Wuguang finished speaking, the infinite prime elders behind him laughed aloud. Some of them even mocked him. They were all extremely cold, showing no mercy at all. Yun Wufeng remained silent, but his face was as ugly as it could be. His chest heaved heavily. He was quite furious. In the next moment, he suddenly bellowed out, and his presence erupted like a tsunami. He suddenly stabbed towards Yu Wuguang with a medium-quality god artifact sword. You overestimate yourself. Yu Wuguang sneered disdainfully. He immediately struck out, engaging in an intense battle with Yun Wufeng. He had already looked down on Yun Wufeng when he was at his peak, let alone now that his strength had been reduced. As a result, Yun Wufeng was at a disadvantage as soon as the two of them clashed. You actually barely possess the strength of a sixth heavenly layer. It looks like you must have consumed some sort of precious divine pill to recover so quickly. However, this still doesn't change anything. The difference between us is the difference between a mid-chaotic prime and a late chaotic prime. Yu Wuguang cried out in surprise. He wielded a battle spear and immediately, boundless moonlight poured down, sweeping up a torrential energy that clashed with Yun Wufeng's sword. Boom! When chaotic primes clashed, the terrifying shockwaves from their battle were basically devastating. With a great boom, Yun Wufeng was blown away. His face paled. The gap between him and Yu Wuguang was not small. Moreover, this gap was not only due to the difference in their cultivation levels, but also due to the difference in their god artifact. Although they were both mediocre-grade divine artifacts, the divine sword in Yun Wufeng's hand was only at the initial stage of mediocre grade. On the other hand, Yu Wuguang's spear had basically reached the peak of mediocre-grade divine artifact. At the same time, Jianchen stood with the elders of the Moon God Hall. They had distanced themselves from Yu Wuguang and Yun Wufeng's battle to avoid being affected by the shockwave. Instead, they fought in another region of the Moon Burial Cavern. Powerful pulses of energy surged through the cavern, striking the walls in the distance and producing great booms. Fortunately, this was a high-quality god artifact. It was extremely tough, so it was impossible to damage it without the strength of a Grand Prime. It easily endured the shockwaves from their battle. Spurt! Suddenly, blood fell from the sky like it was raining blood. An infinite prime elder of the Moon God Hall had been cleaved in half by Jianchen's sword as soon as they clashed. His soul was immediately wiped out. Even though over a dozen elders surrounded Jianchen, Jianchen was no weaker than a chaotic prime. He was like a wolf in a flock of sheep, slaughtering everyone around him. No one could pose a threat to him. Oh no, he's a chaotic prime. Great Elder, we're not his opponent. An infinite prime called for help. However, as soon as he said that, a streak of light shot over. It moved extremely quickly, piercing his head before he could even react. These infinite prime elders were just too weak to Jianchen right now. They could not even withstand a single blow. Keep him busy. Old Man has already sent a message to Old Luo and Old Lin. They'll be back soon, Yu Wuguang called out sternly. The remaining elders all riled up when they heard that. The Old Luo and Old Lin that Yu Wuguang mentioned were the other two great elders of the Moon God Hall, Luo Fei and Lin Zhongzheng. They were both mid-chaotic primes. Swish! Swish! At this moment, Jianchen's hand flashed with light, and he killed another two infinite primes effortlessly. In just a few seconds, several primordial realm elders had died. Jianchen's strength immediately made the remaining elders shiver in fear. God damn it! Yu Wuguang cursed when he saw that. He knew that if he did not go and provide assistance, the remaining elders would probably be doomed as well. They would not be able to last until Luo Fei and Lin Zhongzheng returned. In the next moment, Yu Wuguang bellowed out and knocked back Yun Wufeng with a full-powered strike. Afterwards, he charged towards Jianchen murderously. However, at that moment, a powerful might of the world suddenly permeated the air. Yun Wufeng forcibly stabilized himself. Blood qi permeated his body as he burned his essence blood to unleash a god-tier battle skill. The might of the world instantly locked onto Yu Wuguang. Yu Wugong's charge towards Jianqin came to a halt. He became stern for the first time. The god-tier battle skill was enough to threaten him. God-tier battle skill, Moonfall. On the other side, many elders cried out. This was because a huge, round moon had silently condensed above Yun Wufeng's head. Moonfall. Old man knows it too. Let's see if your moonfall is more powerful or if old man's moonfall is more profound, Yu Wugong snorted coldly. Moonlight shone from him as he began to use a god-tier battle skill as well. However, at this moment, Jianqin, who was fighting a group of elders nearby, suddenly looked at Yu Wugong and he sneered. At the same time, Yu Wugong immediately used his god-tier battle skill as well. However, as soon as his god-tier battle skill appeared, something that left him utterly dumbfounded occurred. In the next moment, Yu Wuguang's god-tier battle skill lost all the pressure of the world. Like a deflated balloon, the technique that should have been earth-shattering was reduced to a ball of ordinary energy in the blink of an eye. What is going on? Yu Wugong's eyes widened as disbelief filled his face. He seemed to have seen a ghost. It was also at this moment that a surging sword intent appeared. 2 strands of profound sword qi appeared above Jianqin's head at the same time. They shot out one after another as white streaks of light. Arg! Yu Wugong shrieked out miserably. The 2 strands of profound sword qi struck his soul at the same time, heavily injuring it. Yun Wufeng's god-tier battle skill landed at the same time. A huge, round moon radiated with the pressure of a god-tier battle skill. It struck Yu Wugong heavily with surging energy. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire Moon God Hall seemed to tremble. Yu Wuguang was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. He vomited mouthfuls of blood as his face instantly became extremely pale. After shooting out the 2 strands of profound sword qi, Jianqin seemed to have lost all his strength. His body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. He had 4 strands of profound sword qi in total. Every time he used a strand of profound sword qi, it would consume a quarter of the power of his soul. If he used all 4 strands of profound sword qi at the same time, the power of his soul would be completely depleted. When he killed the 3 great elders of the Moon God Hall before, he had used 2 strands of profound sword qi. Although he recovered some of the power of his soul through consuming a god-tier pill, it was nowhere near enough in such a short amount of time. Now that he had used the last 2 strands of profound sword qi to attack Yu Wugong, he had used up all 4 strands of profound sword qi. The power of his soul was empty as well. At this moment, he was like an ordinary person who had not slept for a few days and nights. Although there was surging power in his body, his head was groggy, and he looked like he would faint at any time. He almost had no strength to fight. P.S. Xiaoyao made a mistake earlier. In the chapter where he snuck into the Moon God Hall, he wrote the name of the first great elder of the Moon God Hall incorrectly. He wrote Gu Wanshan before, but that has been corrected. The correct name is Yu Wugong. There are just far too many characters in a single book. Chapter 30-40. Bang, bang, bang. When the power of Jianqin's soul ran out, the attacks of the infinite prime elders landed on Jianqin one after another. With a few heavy thuds, Jianqin did not put up any defenses at all, forcefully enduring the attacks of the infinite primes. The powerful energy made his body stagger as he staggered backwards uncontrollably. The elders who surrounded him immediately rejoiced when they saw this. Even chaotic primes would not dare to directly take on their attacks without any defenses. However, Jianqin did not put up any defenses at all. He had just endured their attacks with his body. Naturally, the elders believed that the 6th elder would be severely injured even if he did not die. But in the next moment they all became astounded. To their surprise, they discovered that Jianchen was completely unscathed after taking on their powerful attacks with his body. He was not even scratched. This is impossible. Old man's full-powered strike failed to injure him at all. How is this possible? Heavens, how is his body so tough? Even as a fifth heavenly layer infinite prime with a god artifact, I can't injure him. At that moment, the expressions of all the infinite prime elders of the Moon God Hall changed drastically. They all looked at Jianchen in fear. In their eyes, even though chaotic primes were terrifying, they were nowhere near enough to make them feel fear and despair. This was because if chaotic primes were heavily injured or ran out of energy, there was still a chance for them to be surrounded and killed. However, now that they faced Jianchen's powerful body, they truly felt despair and fear. This was because they could clearly tell that Jianchen did not put up any defenses, nor did he put up any resistance. He had truly taken on their attacks with his body alone. However, in the end they failed to injure him at all. What did this mean? It meant that even if Jianchen stood there without moving, they would not be able to harm him at all no matter how they attacked him. At that moment, the infinite prime elders of the Moon God Hall felt a deep sense of defeat. However, Jianchen no longer cared about them. He tottered, and he could no longer stand straight. The power of his soul had been completely drained. Apart from a splitting headache, even the world around him began to spin. Right now, he could faint at any time. However, at this moment, Yun Wufeng suddenly appeared before Jianchen. He grabbed Jianchen with one hand and completely ignored the elders in the surroundings. With a flash, he vanished with Jianchen, leaving the Moon Burial Cave in a single instant. Chase, don't let them get away, don't let them get away, this old man will tear them to pieces with my own hands. On the other side, Yu Wuguang, who was covered in blood and battered, stood up shakily. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared like a wild beast. Jianchen's 2 strands of profound sword qi had heavily injured his soul. Right now, Yu Wuguang basically had to endure the tearing pain from his soul at all times. This drove him mad, and his fury surged. Yun Wufeng moved through the Moon God Hall as a white blur with Jianchen. As one of the great elders in the past, he was naturally extremely familiar with the layout and routes of the Moon God Hall. As a result, he arrived at the entrance of the Moon God Hall with great ease. The various formations and restrictions they came across along the way were all removed by Yun Wufeng with a wave of his hand. In the end, Yun Wufeng successfully escaped from the Moon God Hall. Afterwards, he shot into the sky and used his speed, vanishing into the horizon in a single instant. Soon after Yun Wufeng left, 2 figures approached from afar. They arrived before the Moon God Hall quickly and entered the entrance as 2 blurs, vanishing from the Moon God Hall. The 2 of them were the last 2 great elders of the Moon God Hall, Luo Fei and Lin Zhongxing. They were both 5th heavenly layer chaotic primes. Before long, the 3 remaining great elders of the Moon God Hall gathered together. Yu Wuguang had already changed into a set of clean, silver robes. He was no longer in a horrible shape, but his wounds did not improve at all. They were still as severe as before. In particular, the wounds to his soul caused him tremendous pain at all times. It was as if his soul was about to be ripped apart. This feeling was a painful torture for any expert. Someone pretended to be the 6th elder and saved Yun Wufeng. The old man's soul was heavily injured by the person who pretended to be the 6th elder. Yu Wuguang ground his teeth as soon as he mentioned Jianchen, who pretended to be the 6th elder. Unforgettable hatred filled his heart. It was impossible for him to lose against Yun Wufeng, let alone be injured. The culprit behind all of this was the person who pretended to be the 6th elder. Whether it's Yun Wufeng or the person who pretended to be the 6th elder, our Moon God Hall will never let either of them go. Yu Wuguang gritted his teeth. Yu Wuguang said through clenched teeth. As he spoke, he kept coughing and spitting out blood. Yun Wufeng has been tortured by the underworld ghost vine for so long, so the presence of the underworld ghost vine has already lingered in his body. He won't be able to purge it in a short amount of time. It won't be difficult for us to find Yun Wufeng with the underworld ghost vine, said Luo Fei. When he first saw how injured Yu Wuguang was, he also paled in fright. This was because Yu Wuguang was not someone the current Moon God Hall could fend off for being able to injure him with his strength as a 7th heavenly layer chaotic prime. However, Luo Fei immediately stopped worrying when he learnt why Yu Wuguang was injured. Fortunately, it was not an expert at the 7th heavenly layer or above. Elder Yu, the most urgent matter at hand is for you to recuperate from your injuries first. Once your injuries are healed, we will immediately go capture Yun Wufeng and bring him back. As for the person who impersonated the 6th elder, a cruel smile appeared on Lin Zhongjing's face as he continued, this person cannot be killed so easily. Killing him would be letting him off too easily. We will use the cruelest methods to torture him. He's killed so many elders of our Moon God Hall. We need to make him suffer the most painful torture in the world. Chapter 30-41. Yun Wufeng had already left the Moon God Hall with Jianchen. With his cultivation as a chaotic prime, it would not take him long to traverse the entire ice pole plain. As a result, he arrived in another region of the ice pole plain with Jianchen very soon. This region was under the control of the greatest organization on the ice pole plain, the Snow Sect. However, Yun Wufeng did not venture deep into the territory of the Snow Empire. Instead, he found an extremely harsh glacier near the border of the Snow Empire and hid there carefully. At this moment, Jianchen sat on a thick layer of ice in a frigid cavern. The terrifying coldness in the surroundings had already condensed into a thin layer of ice on his body. Even his black hair had been dyed snow-white. At this moment, he really looked like a human-shaped ice sculpture. Yun Wufeng was right beside Jianchen. He also sat on the ground and silently recovered. He had ingested a high-grade god pill before, but he had fallen into a battle with Yu Wuguang before he could even refine its effects. Now that he was hiding in the cold cavern, he finally had the time to use the pill's effects to silently recover. 3 days later, Yun Wufeng finished healing. His body shook slightly, and the ice crystals that had condensed on him immediately shattered. A sliver of joy appeared on his face as he murmured to himself, as expected of a high-grade god pill. My injuries that would have taken me at least several thousand years to recover have been completely healed in just 3 days. Moreover, the effects of the god pill haven't even run out yet. It's such a waste to use such a precious high-grade god pill on old man. Senior Yun, have you recovered? At this moment, Jianchen opened his eyes and looked at Yun Wufeng. I've completely recovered. Old man has returned to his peak condition. Yun Wufeng chuckled. However, he noticed Jianchen's pale face very soon and his smile vanished. He crouched down and asked in concern, Young man, how are you right now? Jianchen shook his head, I'm fine. It's just that the power of my soul has been completely drained, so I need some time to recover. The power of the primordial spirit is very slow to recover. Yun Wufeng had a troubled expression on his face. He knew very well that the two of them were not completely out of danger yet. I have a way to recover my soul quickly, but I still need some time. With that, Jianchen closed his eyes again and focused on recovering the power of his soul. Just like that, another 3 days passed, and Jianchen finally recovered a sliver of the power of his soul. He could use his soul now. He immediately took out a token from his interspatial ring, and the sliver of power of his nascent spirit that he had just recovered immediately entered it. This is the medallion of the Tianhe clan? Yun Wufeng's eyes immediately narrowed when he saw the medallion as he paid close attention to Jianchen. In his eyes, the Tianhe clan was a colossus. They were terrifyingly powerful, ranking within the top 3 of the entire ice pole plain. It was not something that the Moon God Hall could compare to. Even though their hall master, Nan Patian, had become a grand prime, one of the peak experts of the ice pole plane, he was still nothing before the Tianhe clan. You're a part of the Tianhe clan? Yun Wufeng looked at Jianchen in surprise and doubt. Jianchen shook his head and did not explain too much. However, his facial features changed. When he looked at him again, he had changed from the sixth elder to Yang Yutian. Yun Wufeng stared fixedly at the unfamiliar face. Only quite a while later did he sigh gently, "What a great transformation technique. It's actually flawless. This technique really has the ability to fool everyone." Even Old Man, a mighty sixth heavenly layer chaotic prime, failed to see through it. Probably only grand primes can see through it. My friend, I'm confident that no one below grand prime can see through your wondrous transformation technique. The grand prime's face was filled with shock. At this moment, a heavy presence permeated the surroundings without any disguise. It approached Jianchen's cavern of ice. It's a chaotic prime. Yun Wufeng immediately became cautious. "Senior Yun, there's no need to worry. I'm on your side," said Jianchen. However, the approaching chaotic prime moved extremely quickly as well. As soon as Jianchen finished speaking, he had already appeared in the cavern of ice. He was the great elder of the Tianhe clan, He Qianqi. As soon as He Qianqi arrived in the cavern of ice, his gaze locked onto Yun Wufeng. He immediately frowned and asked, "You're a part of the Moon God Hall?" "I'm Yun Wufeng. I was indeed a great elder of the Moon God Hall in the past, but even I don't know whether I'm still a part of the Moon God Hall now," Yun Wufeng said to He Qianqi. Yun Wufeng said to He Qianqi. He could already tell that He Qianqi was a member of the Tianhe clan from his clothes. A primordial chaos expert was a figure like a grand elder in the Tianhe clan. Although they were both grand elders, the status of a grand elder of the Tianhe clan was much higher than that of a grand elder of the Moon God Hall. As a result, Yun Wufeng behaved extremely politely. He Qianqi's expression changed slightly, but he ignored Yun Wufeng. Compared to Yun Wufeng's enthusiasm, He Qianqi was much colder. He Qianqi arrived before Jianchen. With a flip of his hand, a thick barrier of energy enveloped him and Jianchen, isolating them from the outside world. He Qianqi stared at Jianchen with mixed feelings. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he stopped himself. "Senior, if you have something to say, just say it." Jianchen looked at He Qianqi calmly. He Qianqi sighed heavily. "Fellow Yang Yutian, although I know that you probably have some sort of relationship with the Moon God Hall, you shouldn't have interfered with the internal strife of the Moon God Hall so quickly. You also know that Nan Patian of the Moon God Hall is the Flame Reverend's subordinate. Although it's rumored that Nan Patian is dead, the Flame Reverend is still alive. The Flame Reverend is basically the greatest backer of the Moon God Hall right now. The Flame Reverend is not like other peak experts. Most of the other peak experts at the same level would be arrogant and refuse to lower themselves to deal with you. However, the Flame Reverend is different. The Flame Reverend is a vengeful person. You've interfered with the internal affairs of the Moon God Hall so rashly and ruined his plans. Once the Flame Reverend appears in the future, he will never spare you. Fellow Yang Yutian, do you know about the Huffing clan? The Huffing clan ranks fourth on the ice pole plane. Although that's the case, their strength is on par with our Tianhe clan. Their clan possesses endless wealth, enough to make countless people jealous. However, the Huffing clan is still able to exist on the ice pole plane even after all their grand primes have died. They haven't even been removed from the rankings. Do you know why that is? It's all because of the Flame Reverend. The Flame Reverend is a supreme expert that all the peak organizations on the ice pole plane fear. As long as the Flame Reverend is still alive, no organization on the ice pole plane that is related to the Flame Reverend will be able to touch them. It's the same for the Huffing clan. It's the same for the Moon God Hall. Chapter 3042. Jianchen knew that all the peak organizations on the ice pole plane feared the Flame Reverend very much, not daring to provoke him at all. However, after hearing He Qianqi's words, he discovered that he had still underestimated the reputation the Flame Reverend had left behind on the Ice Pole Plain. From He Qianqi's words, Jianchen could tell that the Tianhe clan did not just fear the Flame Reverend. Instead, it was fear, a deep fear. They were so afraid that even the weaklings under the Flame Reverend did not dare to provoke them. Moreover, this was under the circumstances where the Flame Reverend had vanished for a very long time. However, although the Flame Reverend was very powerful, Jianchen was fearless. He was magnanimous and fearless. He said with composure, "Thank you for your warning, Senior. However, there are some things that I must do. Even if I have to offend the Flame Reverend after doing them, I will not hesitate to do them. If I don't do this, I might regret it for the rest of my life one day." Sigh, looks like you still don't understand the Flame Reverend's viciousness. The Flame Reverend has made a name for himself in the Saints' world many years ago. What truly terrifies people about him is not his cultivation as a ninth heavenly layer Grand Prime, but his viciousness. Naturally, there are plenty of people who have offended the Flame Reverend throughout the history of the Saints' world. However, all those who have offended the Flame Reverend, or even done something that displeased the Flame Reverend, have died. Their deaths are insignificant, but the Flame Reverend will destroy the sects and organizations behind them as well. He Qianqi revealed an extremely rare sliver of surprise on his stern face. He continued with an extremely heavy voice, "Let's use me as an example. If I interfere with the matters of the Moon God Hall, it'll be fine if I go along with the Flame Reverend, but if I go against the Flame Reverend, he'll directly blame the Tianhe clan for this when he returns. The consequences—" He Qianqi wanted to say something, but he stopped himself. In short, he truly feared the Flame Reverend. Even if you offend other peak experts in the Saints' world who have reached such a level of cultivation, they will rarely kill you directly. At most, they'll just teach you a lesson. As for the Flame Sovereign, he killed them all and annihilated the entire clan. He Qianqi enunciated the last part of the sentence, annihilate the entire clan, emphasizing every single word. Even though He Qianqi had described the Flame Sovereign to be extremely terrifying, it did not frighten Jianchen at all. Instead, he chuckled, "Senior, since the Flame Sovereign has vanished for so many years, he obviously won't reappear anytime soon. Moreover, even if the Flame Sovereign does appear, the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing will probably go to him first." There was one more thing that Jianchen did not mention. It was that there was someone behind him who could go against the Flame Sovereign. Feng Zunzhe was currently his greatest backer. Moreover, the Wind Venerable was no longer the ninth heavenly layer Grand Prime of the past. Instead, he had become a sovereign, an existence akin to the laws of the world. He was truly supreme. The only flaw was that the Wind Venerable had used a special method to become a sovereign of heaven and earth, so he had yet to grasp the power that belonged to sovereigns of heaven and earth. He Qianqi felt exhausted when he saw how Jianchen remained fearless like a newborn calf. He said nothing more and said, "Here are the pills you want to recover the power of the soul. I've brought them for you. However, these pills are difficult to refine. The materials are just far too rare, and the clan doesn't have much left either. You have to use them sparingly." He Qianqi passed a jade bottle to Jianchen before saying sternly, "There's one last thing you need to understand. Although you've given us 3 kilograms of soil of godblood, which is a great favor to our Tianhe clan will never stand up for you for provoking the Flame Sovereign. As a matter of fact, we won't even dare to help you openly." "Don't worry, Senior. I naturally understand this, and I definitely won't implicate the Tianhe clan." Jianchen accepted the jade bottle and clasped his fist at He Qianqi. However, at this moment, the laws of order in the surroundings suddenly pulsed violently. The range of the ripples was so great that not only did it cover the entire sky of the ice pole plain in a single instance, but it even extended to the depths of outer space. It was as if it was not just the ice pole plain. Even the endless space of the saints' world, which encompassed the 49 great planes and 81 great planets, pulsed violently with the laws of the world. It seemed like an indescribably terrifying force had directly shaken up the 3,000 laws of the world, shaking up the order and laws of the world. Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! At the same time, a soul-stirring laughter rang out from the endless space. The voice seemed to possess the supreme power of laws. It was not transmitted through sound wave. Instead, it spread through the omnipresent power of laws in the world, reaching the entire saints' world in a single instance. At that moment, whether it was the 49 great planes, the 81 great planets, or the secret places beyond them, such as the Thor clan that resided in the depths of the Annihilation Lightning domain, the voice reverberated through all of them. Apart from the divine halls left behind by Grand Exalts in the past and Grand Exalt level formations, there was nothing that could stop the voice from invading. Immediately, this laughter spread throughout the entire world. Many of the pinnacle experts of the ancient and powerful forces were startled awake. In the depths of the Thunder God clan in the Annihilation Lightning region, the elders on the left and right, who were seated cross-legged like stone sculptures, opened their eyes one after another. Lei Shiguang, who was in seclusion, also came out with a shocked expression. The three of them appeared outside the Annihilation Lightning region in a flash, revealing shocked and envious expressions. There was even some jealousy mixed within. It was not just the Thor clan. The other Archean clans in the Saints' world were the same. On the Ice Pole province, the three ancestors of the Tianhe clan also silently appeared in outer space outside the Ice Pole province. They stared at a certain direction in the depths of space in shock. It was not just the three of them. Even the ancestors of the greatest organization on the Ice Pole plane, the Snow Sect, emerged from seclusion as well. They all appeared in outer space. In a single instance, several dozen figures appeared in outer space. The ancestors of all the peak organizations had emerged from seclusion. From today onwards, all living beings bear witness that I, Luotian, have become an Exalt. The great voice rang out once again. Through order and laws, it rang through every inch of space in the Saints' world. Along with it was an irresistible, supreme pressure. All the space beasts in outer space trembled as they prostrated themselves on the ground. Grand Exalt! Grand Exalt! This is the might of a Grand Exalt. A new Grand Exalt has been born in our Saints' world. Whether it was He Qianqi or Yun Wufeng, they both trembled slightly in the frigid cavern on the Ice Pole plain. They were filled with indescribable emotions. Luotian. Luotian, that's the Luotian Saint Lord of the Luotian Plain. I never thought he would take the final step and become the sovereign of the world. He Qianqi's voice trembled slightly. He knew just too well what becoming a Grand Exalt signified. Jian Chen blinked his eyes as he was shocked inside. At that moment, he discovered that his control over the laws of the sword had become rather weak. It was greatly disrupted and obstructed. Is this the feeling of a Grand Exalt shaking up the laws of the world? He had seen more than one Grand Exalt in the past. He had even come into close contact with them. However, today was the first time he had witnessed the boundless might of a Grand Exalt shaking up the laws of the world. Chapter 3043. Jianshan emerged from the cavern of ice. He stood on the snow-white plains where the streams of coldness wreaked havoc. He raised his head and looked at the stars. He could clearly see the many figures hovering in the space outside the Ice Pole plain. Every single one of them was extremely powerful. He Qianqi and Yun Wufeng emerged from the cavern of ice as well. They stood beside Jianshan. Breaking through alone has caused such a great disturbance. He really is worthy of being a sovereign of a world. Yun Wufeng sighed emotionally. He Qianqi said emotionally as well, the sacred Lord of all heaven is a renowned existence in the Saints' world. He has already remained at the 9th heavenly layer for over 10 million years. He is one of the supreme experts who has remained at the 9th heavenly layer for the longest time. The All-Heaven Plane was not originally called the All-Heaven Plane. Instead, it was renamed after the sacred Lord of all heaven shook up the saints' world. But today, the sacred Lord of all heaven has taken a step ahead of everyone at the same level, becoming a sovereign. From today onwards, we should refer to him as the Grand Exalt of all heaven. As he said that, He Qianqi bowed deeply in the direction of the All-Heaven Plane out of respect. Another sovereign organization has been born. The many grand primes who hovered in outer space all conversed with one another through the senses of their souls. Although the All-Heaven clans in the past had the sacred Lord of all heaven, they were still inferior to the Archean clans. Now, the sacred Lord of all heaven has directly become a sovereign of the world, allowing the All-Heaven clans to stand above the Archean clans. I wonder how the 8 saints of the Archean clans feel right now. Originally, I thought that the first majesty of the heavenly palace of Bishing would be the first sovereign to become a manifestation of the heavenly ways in our saints' world in several million years. Who would have thought that the first to break through would be the sacred Lord of all heaven? You can't say that. The first majesty of the heavenly palace of Bishing's battle prowess is indeed unparalleled. First, she hunted down the flame reverend, and now, she hunted down the heaven-splitting ancestor. Probably only the 8 saints of the Archean clans have the ability to put up a fight against her. However, becoming a paragon is not as simple as a person's battle prowess. It also depends on one's own luck and luck. That's right. All those who can reach the 9th heavenly layer of Grand Prime possess monstrous talent. However, becoming a Grand Exalt doesn't just depend on talent. It depends on fate. With the birth of a new Grand Exalt, there are probably many supreme experts who are stuck at the 9th heavenly layer of Grand Primes who feel jealous. Sigh. Let's go back and carefully prepare a congratulatory gift. A new supreme being of a world is born. Another round of congratulations from all the races. The ripples of laws from the Saint Lord of all heaven entering the Grand Exalt's domain and becoming another sovereign of the saints' world calmed down very quickly. The boundless space of the saints' world returned to its original state of peace. However, the birth of a new sovereign had already spread across the entire saints' world. The hearts of all the peak experts in the saints' world churned. Jianchen, Yun Wufeng, and He Qianqi on the ice pole plane recovered their previous composure as well. Whether the saints' world gained a Grand Exalt or lost a Grand Exalt, it was not something they should be concerned about. Matters on that level were just too far away from them. He Qianqi bid farewell to Jianchen very soon and returned to the Tianhe clan. However, when he left, he secretly communicated with Yun Wufeng secretly, which immediately made Yun Wufeng become rather stern. Afterwards, Jianchen returned to the ice cavern and began consuming the god-tier pills He Qianqi had brought from the Tianhe clan to recover the power of his soul. Yun Wufeng stayed close to Jianchen to protect him. He remained on high alert the entire time, just in case the great elders of the Moon God Hall suddenly came looking for him. Time passed silently. Jianchen consumed the god-tier pills, rapidly replenishing the power of his soul. Only when he had consumed a small portion of He Qianqi's god-tier pills did the power of his soul finally recover. Even the 4 strands of profound sword qi reformed. Only after condensing the profound sword qi did Jianchen feel slightly more confident. He could not use the fusion of the twin swords so easily, so the profound sword qi had become his most powerful trump card. Young man, since you've recovered to your peak condition, it's time for old man to leave as well. As soon as Jianchen recovered, Yun Wufeng began to bid farewell to him. Senior Yun, Yu Wuguang is still alive. Don't you want to get rid of this traitor? I've recovered my strength now, so I can lend you a hand, Jianchen said. Yun Wufeng became rather dejected. He shook his head and said, "We can't kill them right now. They've already become the Flame Reverend's lackeys. Keeping these lackeys alive might be able to keep the Flame Reverend in check temporarily, but once all the Flame Reverend's lackeys on the ice pole plane are eliminated, it might draw the Flame Reverend out prematurely. Young man, You don't have to worry about old man. He's recovered his strength now, while Yu Wuguang's injuries will take some time to recover. As a result, even if the three of them come looking for the old man, he'll be able to retreat safely. The light in Jianshan's eyes flickered. He asked, "Did the great elder of the Tianhe clan say something to you?" Yun Wufeng sighed, "Young man, it's best that you don't get involved in the matters of the Moon God Hall. It's best if you don't offend the Flame Reverend. Fortunately, Yu Wuguang and the others still don't know your true identity, so it's not too late for you to back out now." "Is that so? But the Moon God Hall has harmed Fairy Haoyue, so I must avenge Fairy Haoyue. In the Moon God Hall, whether it's an elder or a great elder, I won't let off anyone who's related to Fairy Haoyue's death. Fairy Haoyue's enemy is my enemy. Now that she's unable to avenge herself, I'll avenge her. Senior Yun, I only need a single sentence. Do you plan on completely staying out of this matter, and letting me avenge Fairy Haoyue alone, or are you willing to lend me a hand?" Jianshan said coldly. Yun Wufeng stared at Jianshan as mixed feelings and internal conflict flashed through his eyes. He looked at Jianshan's extremely determined expression and did not seem like he was joking. Naturally, he understood that Jianshan was serious about everything he said. He really would go to the Moon God Hall alone and avenge Yu personally. After a while of thought, Yun Wufeng finally sighed. "Sigh, whatever. Since you insist, old man can only lend you a hand. Otherwise, even if you have some mysterious abilities, it'll be very difficult for you to fend off Luo Fei and Lin Zhongjing, who are fifth heavenly layer chaotic primes, by yourself. Young man, when do you plan on taking action?